I am officially opening the Foxborough Planning Board meeting of October 17th, 2022. Present at the meeting, please acknowledge your presence when I call your name. Rebecca Werner.
Present.
Mark White.
White present.
Cindy Markowitz.
Markowitz present.
Kathleen Vorse.
Force present.
And I don't see our faithful associate member right now, but we don't need her to start. So also present at the meeting is Tracy Murphy and our consulting engineer, Sue Carter.
And yourself, Mark.
And myself, Mark Barbadoro. Oh, and here is Janet Connolly just entering the room. Okay, so we have 3 minutes before we can start a public hearing. I suppose we can move on to public comments. If anybody would like to make a public comment, express a concern that is unrelated to any of the agenda items that we have posted, you may do so right now by raising your hand. Use the raise hand function at the bottom of your screen. And if you can't raise your hand, then please wave your arms around, make yourself visible somehow, or speak if you can't do any of the above. And I don't hear anything, and we don't really have enough time to do minutes because we're about a minute and a half away from our public hearing. So Janet, are you there? I'm going to ask you to unmute.
Yes, I am here.
Okay, great. And our special land use attorney is here, Adam Costa. So we're 1 minute away.
Want to try and do the minutes there, Mark? It's only executive session minutes, so it's pretty easy.
Can we do executive session minutes?
Well, we just could to convene their regular minutes where we convene to go into executive session.
Oh, okay. Yeah. That we can do. All right. Well, why don't we do that? Does anybody have any amendments to the meeting minutes of August 23rd, 2022?
I do. Should probably state on there somewhere what we went into executive session on what issue, which was, if I remember correctly, it was Priest Lane.
Let me just check it real quick.
So 23.
I did not see
I
these
actually don't
minutes.
think we do that, do we?
Again?
I don't think that we typically need to give the specificity.
I think we should, so that people can know when we talked about what, if they ever want to look back in the record. There's no reason not to.
Point of order, I did not see these minutes in the packet. Were they in the Dropbox?
Yeah.
They were?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, read through them, Cindy, because I'm sure you're going to have something to change.
No, I'm not going to make any comments. I don't see them in the Dropbox. I only see the October 3rd meeting minutes. So I don't understand why that is, but I can read them online here and I'm okay with them.
Well, I understand Mark's point about giving some specificity to the executive session so that people can know what topic was being discussed, but I'm not sure that that's what we do. So should we change it? Should we say that it's for a particular case?
I think the state requires it.
I think we have done that in the past.
All right, then. I see no harm in doing it. All right, so then someone should make a motion to amend the minutes to include the topic of Priest Lane.
So
So
moved.
moved.
Okay, so moved by Mark White and seconded by Rebecca Burner. Any discussion? Hearing none. Mark White,
White eye.
Cindy Markowitz,
Markowitz, aye.
Rebecca Burner.
I should actually abstain from this because I was not a participant on that meeting.
Okay. Kathy Vorse.
And I will abstain on the same basis.
Okay, and Mark Barbadoro, aye. So it's 3 affirmatives and 2 abstains. So do I hear a motion to approve the minutes as amended?
I thought we already moved them.
Oh, we did that, yeah.
We modified and moved to approve them?
Yep.
Okay. All right, then. It's unanimous. And we've burned enough time. So we're going to continue the public hearing for the special permit for private common driveways in the Office Park District, Section 8,000 site plan approval and 9,200 special permit plan approvals, rules and regulations submitted for site plan approval and special permit submitted by Boxborough Adams Realty Trust to construct a 140,000 square foot office research and development light manufacturing facility at 244 Adams Place, identified as assessor's map and parcel 12-25-0. So where are we with this? Last I recall, we had questions for our legal counsel, but it is my understanding that our legal counsel has not had enough time since the agreement that we arrived at with the property owner to review the issues that were brought up by their attorney. So he has no comment on the matter at this point. So is there anything else that we need to discuss about this project? Should we get the applicant to do any presentation on any items that have changed? Why don't we begin this with Israel? Israel, do you have any comments you'd like to make?
I do. Good evening, everyone. Israel Lopez with the Gutierrez Company. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, great. So we did have a series of drawings that we've prepared since the last hearing. We did, I know we received some comments from the chair regarding our last memo that we submitted to the town with some information regarding some of the waivers and questions and comments that had been raised previously. And so that the response to that is in the hands of the board. And I think there's some things there some questions that, as the chair mentioned, we'd like to get some clarification from council on, which will help us, move forward with the project. In the interim, what we've done is we've provided a series of drawings to help address one of the questions that has been raised a number of times during the past hearing and I believe in the prior hearing. And so the intent of the drawings was to try and provide a visual representation to address the question of sort of the elevation of the property, where it sits in relation to the hotel. And so we had prepared some drawings that we submitted last week, which I'm happy to review with the board this evening.
That would be great. So feel free to bring them up.
Okay. So let's see. Okay. Oh. Is this, is that the right screen? Are you seeing a plan there or not?
Yep.
We are.
Okay. All right, great. We submitted, there were 3 drawings in total, 2 of which were sent last week, and we added another one just earlier today. I'm going to begin with the 2 that were sent last week. They all generally follow the same format, and they're labeled profiles AA, profile BB, and profile CC. So there are 3 drawings, and I'll just begin with the first one, which is profile AA, and it's sheet drawing C201.1. This is an instance where it'd be great to be in person because the scale of these drawings is small because we're trying to capture a lot of information on the page. So it'd be nice to be able to kind of point to things, but I'll do my best to zoom in and out to try and show the plan and then the corresponding profile. And so I'll just zoom out a little bit if everyone can see, hopefully, the site plan and the corresponding profile. I'm not sure if the board is familiar with this type of drawing, but what it's attempting to show is the elevation, the profile of the site at a particular point through the site. And so it's as if you were to sort of cut, a line through the site vertically and then look in a certain direction. And what's shown on the profile view is what you'd see. And so beginning with the first drawing, section AA, this view is taken looking north, and it cuts across the site beginning from really 495 and then cutting all the way across this line here through the site and onto, across the property line. And so if you...
I'm sorry, Israel. So we're going to be facing north when we look at this profile line.
Correct.
Okay.
You'd be looking towards the hotel.
Okay.
If you will. And so what these are all really intended to show is in relative terms. So along the bottom drawing, you have the elevation of the site and in 10-foot increments. The tiny lines are 1-foot increments and the numbers are 10-foot increments. And then similarly, every 50 feet as you go across the site. So it's a large area, it's a very large site. And what we wanted to do is we wanted to show the entire site so that you can see things in relationship to one another all on the page. So the area, and I've just drawn a couple of lines to sort of show the corresponding point on the profile to the site plan above. Beginning really with this leftmost, I'm going to zoom in, but just at a very high level, I kind of want to provide a very quick kind of high level overview, and then I'll zoom into some of these areas. But this would be 495 really on the left side of this line. And then on the right side of the line is the area between the actual highway and the property line. So there's an existing buffer of trees in between the actual highway and the property line. This area is the DOT right of way. And then there's additional space in between the property line and where the hotel's leach field sits. And I'm going to zoom in here a little bit. So this area is the area in between the highway and the hotel's leach field. The hotel leach field sits in this area. And then there's the space in between the leach field and the driveway, which is shown really in between these two small trees. These are the retaining walls. These indicate the retaining walls that were shown on the plan. And continuing over to the west, the building the building is depicted by this box, and then the remainder of the site is shown over on this side. So the existing grade is shown through this dashed line, and you can see that the building sits more or less in between kind of the existing grade line at this particular point. So this area would be area where we need to fill in. And so areas above that line indicate areas that would need to be filled in with soil from other areas of the site. And then areas below that dashed line would be areas that would need to be removed and either used in some other part of the site or exported out of the site. And
Israel,
yes.
quick question. Sorry to interrupt you.
Sure.
What's the aspect ratio of your section drawing here?
So there's no emphasis, there's no exaggeration one way or the other. So it's a 1-to-1. So there's I'm not sure if that's
what I was asking. Thank
Yes.
you.
You're welcome. Yeah. So there's no exaggeration in either direction here. I can move over to the next one of these. By the way, I should also highlight here. So this red dashed line just represents a sight line from the, a theoretical 5-foot, either in a car or a person standing at 5 feet high from this existing grade, looking across this direction. And what you see, what's depicted here is that the existing buffer of trees really obstructs the view of the top of the building, and the building height is shown at 44 feet.
Can I ask one more question on the stationing along the x-axis there? Is that what units is that supposed to be in? I should figure that out, but that's not obvious to me.
So the scale is 1 inch equals 40 feet, but it's feet. So it's 50. Every number indicates 50 feet in length.
Every hash is 50 feet. Okay.
Every hash that has a number mark on it is 50 feet.
Okay.
And so, it visually, I guess, just so you can kind of check that if you were to.
So 10 plus 0 is 500 feet.
Yes, 10. Right. From the beginning here to the end. Well.
Right.
Yes.
They're just trying to understand what those mean because they don't say the actual numbers.
Well, they do actually. I mean,
Yeah, they do actually.
1,000, 1,050, and so on.
Right. Okay.
Sorry, it's 1,000 feet, not 500 feet.
Yes. Well,
Correct.
10
Times
plus 0 is 1,000.
Right. Is it? Yeah. Yeah.
Correct. Okay. And so this, so the first section was looking at the hotel. This one is starts to show the relationship of the hotel to the property. And so this profile is cut sort of through the hotel itself, beginning with the existing driveway, the existing Adams Place Road, now looking towards the proposed building site, and then cutting through the existing hotel, a portion of the existing parking lot for the hotel, and then catching the site through the driveway in 2 locations, and then the building is going to be shown in the background, and across over to the other end of the property line. And so from beginning at that point, standing at the driveway for the existing hotel, if you were to look over in that location, you wouldn't be able to see the site at all because the existing hotel would block the view of the site entirely from that location. This tree buffer represents the buffer that exists in between the hotel and the driveway. The hotel, by the way, is shown at 30 feet, which is roughly the existing height of that building. And then just to zoom in a little bit and point out a couple of things that are interesting here. And the way that the grading will work is the site, when the access driveway comes up through the site, the access driveway, as it goes up towards the building site, is below grade. And so you can see the dashed line here that represents the existing grade, where the solid line is the actual proposed driveway. So vehicular traffic traveling along the driveway here will actually be below the existing grade, so that traffic is completely blocked from the hotel. And in plan, so if you're traveling along this driveway here, that grade is below the existing grade in between the hotel and the site. So, this is one of the interesting things that gets highlighted through this kind of exercise. These are the walls that are depicted here. Those would be the retaining walls that step back as they go up towards the finished elevation for the parking lot. This area here represents the parking lot. And then again, this is the driveway as it's kind of wrapped its way around. And then the dashed line in the background represents the building, which is again kind of further in the back. So the section line isn't cut through the building. The building is beyond it, but you can see the relationship of the building to the proposed grade and the existing grade.
Well, that was helpful. So your retaining walls that you're showing there, Israel, looks like you might be making them out of concrete. Is that what's proposed?
We're not necessarily. Those can be block walls. I believe they're not any taller than 20 feet at the absolute tallest. They taper in height. So as these go up the slope, the retaining wall gets smaller and smaller until it reaches maybe only a couple of feet at the very end. So they're not necessarily going to be made out of poured concrete. I do have one last one to show. I can show that quickly. And so this one is taken now with the hotel on the left side of the page, looking, I guess this will be looking due east. And so this would be, this profile is cut along parallel to 495 and then looking back at the site. And then so similarly, I'll just do this here. This area, so here's the hotel, the parking lot for the existing hotel, the proposed driveway, the trees that we will be retaining as a buffer in between the hotel site and the proposed project site. This tree buffer was one of the things that we did in this most recent plan that we showed the board at our last hearing, was to create this buffer in between the hotel site and the leach field and the building pad. So we pushed the building back, we pushed the driveway back, and created a larger buffer in between the hotel and the building, and that's represented sort of in this cross section here by these trees. Again, this is the proposed driveway. You can see that in this location, the proposed driveway is very close to existing grade. And then the retaining wall, which is, not quite at its highest point, but yeah, at close to its highest point. Well, I guess it's midway through really this stretch. And that's what's represented here. And then the building pad, again, you can see the relationship of the building elevation and where that sits relative to the existing grade. And that, the fact that the cut and the fill, if you will, is relatively balanced within the hotel, within the building pad site. And then moving over towards the edge of the site, again, here's the relationship between the building and the existing elevation at this location. This would be the parking area, and then this area would be sloped, vegetated slope, meeting the existing grade.
Israel, that looks like you're cutting about 25 feet on the right side of, from the image you've got on the screen. It's the right side of your building. It looks like your dashed line is about 25 feet above the finished grade. Is that what, am I seeing that correctly?
Yes, that's about right. Maybe 20 feet or so. I think the building is 44. This is about halfway up the building. So that's roughly accurate.
Do we have a sense of what the material is there that you'll be cutting? Is it rock or is it gravel or?
Some of it is rock and some of it is glacial till. We've done some test pits in this area that have given us an indication that we think is fairly accurate or reasonably characterizes the site in that location. And there's varying depth to bedrock and along this area of the site. But I think that the key thing that these profiles indicate is the balance that needs to be struck between locating the building too high, or the higher you locate the building, the steeper the grades are, and the lower that you locate the building, the greater your cut is, and the greater the taller your retaining walls need, or lower retaining walls, but the more that you impact and remove soil. So hopefully these have given the board a better sense for the relationships between the two, the proposed building and the existing building, and the topography at these various locations.
Well, I think it was helpful, so thank you. I know that we're going to wind up going for another meeting because I'm not comfortable voting on this until I hear from our land use council. So for the next meeting, a homework assignment might be from me is a request to know with a little greater specificity what the retaining walls are going to be looking like. I've seen some retaining walls done that I found really unattractive.
Mm-hmm.
And it would be great to have, you don't have to necessarily be set on a product, but if you could show us an example of one that you would work, that you'd be willing to entertain, that would be helpful.
Absolutely.
And just to recap where we are with the questions for council, the question is, long ago when the property was split, did they inadvertently leave the hotel with too little area for too much lot coverage? The hotel is in the Aquifer Protection District. I believe that at the time was a 20% lot coverage requirement. The basic lot coverage requirement for the office park is 30%. And and where would that leave the Gutierrez property, whether or not it could be built upon? And I had some other questions because Attorney Alphen felt not applicable, and I actually feel the reverse, that section 9200 captures all special permits in its own language. So we're asking our land use council whether or not section 9200 applies to this permit. And then also I asked our council whether or not section 4800 special permit was actually a requirement, because when you read the definition of lot frontage, it says that lot frontage to be applicable must supply meaningful access to the site. And Gutierrez is choosing to use the easement that they got from the hotel. And they're using a commercial common driveway, which is not one of the sections that's referenced in that particular definition. So you might need to be using a different special permit in order to have your lot frontage count as for your buildability of your lot. So I've asked Adam to explain that. But Adam is not going to speak on this particular project tonight because he's not ready. We've got to get him some more information. So does the board have any questions?
Mark, I think, just so everybody's aware, I guess there's some documentation that came in. There was a memo from Sue Carter from Places, or an email, I should say, which provided some information that she had gleaned about potential impacts of blasting on area water supplies. So perhaps Sue could speak to that. And then we did get a memo from the Design Review Board, which the board asked for some input from Design Review Board. So I just wanted to make the audience aware that we had received that. I think that's up on the project website as well.
Yep. So Rebecca is here and she can speak to the Design Review Board, and Sue Carter is here and she can speak to her memo. So I think if it's okay with the board, we'll ask Sue Carter, and then if the board has any questions or comments for Gutierrez, and we can entertain them after that. So Sue, do you want to tell us about the impact of blasting on the water?
Whenever I talk to other people, I always ask theoretical questions, and I was speaking to a public water supply colleague who regularly does the permitting and addresses water treatment for poor water quality on, for public water supply. And I asked him, if you had a deep rock well, which everyone basically has, what are the things that we should be concerned about if there is a site nearby that's going to be doing a lot of blasting? I said, the blasts are going to be smaller. So initially I was concerned about more fracture in the rock and changing direction of water. And he said, no, his concern, and he saw it on a well in Milford, Mass, was vibrations from the blasting. They can be within the code and what the fire department sets for criteria, but the vibrations loosen sediment, and they had a sediment problem in a well for over 10 years. So that has a potential impact to public water supplies. And I know I was getting a sandwich at Bravo Pizza, and the comment was made about the hotel's well running dry in 2016. So the fact that the board was looking for a geotech person to evaluate the wells, I think it was well warranted now that I've heard this comment. The other comment, I was out in the field with Jim Gariffi in another town, and he pointed out to me that we needed to be aware of the Board of Health regulations for a water supply protection or water protection overlay district. And when I looked on the Mass GIS maps, that a bigger portion of the site is now in an IWPA, which is an interim wellhead protection area, which puts it into their watershed the water supply overlay district, or water protection. I'm sorry, I'm tired tonight. Anyways, so when I looked at that, I looked at their regs, because he said, you got to watch their regs. There's issues with cutting deep cuts in that district. And what I noted was the regulations say that if you cut 4 feet, you have to return it so that you have 4 feet above the historic water table. So he felt that from the Board of Health side, that they would have issues with this. And so my question is, I wanted to flag it out to the design team, and how are they going to address it if you're cutting, 20, 30, 40 feet in ledge when theoretically your water table would be at the surface of the ledge most likely? And have they talked to the Board of Health about it? It's not in the planning board's jurisdiction per se, but it has a major implication in the plan that's presented to the board if the Board of Health has issues with it, and that's why I wanted to raise it.
Mr. Chairman, I can respond to that if you would like.
Go ahead, Paul.
For the record, Paul Alphin representing the applicant. Thank you for bringing that to our attention. We will address that Board of Health regulation. If necessary, we'll seek a variance from the Board of Health and demonstrate that the material that we have on the property will be more than sufficient to protect the groundwater. But we will address that directly.
Thank you, Paul. That also goes to my question about the applicability of Section 9200, because part of this, the water detention structure is in the Aquifer Protection District, and if Section 9200 is applicable, then those permits need to be obtained in advance of our approval. So we will be watching closely what our land use attorney tells us.
The other thing I want to, if I can, I see you have a hand up.
No, go ahead, Paul.
The other thing I wanted was you were talking about homework assignments. We still have a homework assignment that since we modified the location of the building and some of the other improvements in order to address the concerns that were raised at the first meeting, we need to update the engineering detail on the plan, and we'll get those in as quickly as possible. But before you have further peer review of the plan set, we owe you another plan set so that the peer review person is reviewing the most recent information.
Okay, so you're saying don't jump the gun, let your team provide the rest of the package before we spend time and effort reviewing, save time and money. I get that. That makes sense. Okay. Go ahead, Cindy.
Yeah, I guess I also wanted to ask the project team or point out to the board, in addition to our earth removal bylaw, that we do have earth removal rules and regulations. So I want to make sure that as this project goes forward, that the applicant can demonstrate compliance with both the bylaw and all the sections within the regulations, which include operational provisions, compliance provisions, and restoration provisions. So I would ask for a pretty detailed assessment about how that compliance with those rules and regulations and the bylaw will occur.
Okay, so Israel, you're going to, if you wouldn't mind, take a look at those regulations and, have a synopsis ready for the next meeting. And
Sure.
Thank you very much. And I'd like to, if the board doesn't have any other comments, does anybody on the board have a comment they'd like to make?
Did you want to speak to DRB things?
Oh, yeah, I do. Rebecca, thank you for reminding me. Yeah, so can you tell us what the design review board had to say? We all understand that this is not a review of the project by hearing at the design review board. These are just basic comments, and we have a right to take any information that we choose to under consideration. So go ahead.
Sure. So we got some feedback from the design review board members. I received it. It was generally about maybe the contemporary nature of the building. It looks a bit more modern than what is typical to the town of Boxborough. The suggestion was to kind of bring in some more, architectural detailing to better align it with neighboring buildings. And also help to bring down the scale of the structure, because the structure is quite large. And, the thought was bring in more detailing into the building, could possibly bring it down to a pedestrian scale. And also bringing in maybe more landscape material around it to help mitigate some of the scale of the building, probably closer to the structure itself. Some of the materials were discussed, exposed foundations. The recommendation is to, I believe I saw one, there was one noted at the truck entrance. So there was a material suggestion to not do just concrete CMU block, but to do more of a veneer stone. Let's see. Let's see. So the DRB guidelines have a recommendation for largest building footprint, but the thought was that it probably, the limitation would probably not function very well for this particular applicant. But there were many comments about trying to just bring down the general scale of the structure itself and minimizing disturbance on the property. There was a discussion about the idea of link buildings. So instead of a big box, maybe there's more interesting way in the facade to be able to change the front face of this, or the exposed faces of this, to kind of make it a little bit, bring it down in scale a little bit more. The placement, there were comments about architectural detailing. Again, it's very similar, just to try to bring down scale of building. The roof slopes, we typically suggest a sloped roof, but due to the size and height of the proposed structure, the flat roof is probably recommended. We did not get a chance to, we didn't preview any signage. I don't believe there was any to review at this point. Lighting was one of the comments, to make sure that it's all dark sky compliant and pedestrian in scale. And then landscaping, per the applicant's landscape plans, there's a legend on sheet 101A titled Landscape Plan. They are required per the site plan approval rules and regs on that legend to replace 116 trees. And currently they're showing 67 in the parking lot. So the recommendation was to at least meet or exceed the 116 trees that are required on the site. And a suggestion was made to maybe place these trees along the entry driveway to the proposed facility. The landscape plans weren't necessarily labeled, so it was kind of unclear to be able to speak to where these plants were being located. There were certain trees that had a call out, but they weren't tied together, so it was hard to tell which tree was going where, and none of the shrubs or perennials or ground covers were reflected in plan. There were a couple call outs that are on the plan, but it's still very unclear about where, what the counts are going to be, what kind of sizing they're going to use. So the DRB recommends abundant plantings in this kind of scenario. But it was very tough to assess that based on the lack of information on those planting plans. A recommendation to do like a woody seed mix, where they're calling for wildflower mix, in the hope that maybe we can reestablish some of the forested condition over time. And then there was a comment about ADA compliancy, I guess, along the facility. And that should be reflected throughout all of the parking areas. I believe there was one spot where it didn't look like that, and perhaps this is incorrect, but it didn't look like there were, we were showing any kind of sidewalk cuts for ADA next to some of the handicap parking. And then there was a comment about pedestrian safety, basically, and crosswalks. these are typically recommended to be done in a brick or brick-like paver, maybe cobblestone. But just a safety issue in and around the parking lot where heavy pedestrian action would be. That's it.
Thanks, Rebecca.
May I ask one question aside from that one, Mark? Or
Please.
the explanation? Yeah, so the walls, and Israel, maybe you can speak to this, but the walls that are being proposed at the front of the building, the stepping walls, I believe in the beginning we didn't have those in there, and it was just a sloped like lawn condition or something. Is there a reason that, what was the reasoning for adding additional walls? Is it because we couldn't do the grading at some point?
Yes, that's generally right. So when we pushed the driveway or the driveway over, it changed the grading of the site. And what we originally had there was riprap slope, which I think would have been less attractive than the tiered walls, which we can landscape better and also use, a decorative wall rather than having a big riprap slope at that entryway.
Agreed. Thank you.
And some of the comments, I did receive the memo from the design review board, and many of the things that are listed there are the things that we're in the process of updating in the plan set, which we plan to provide to the board as soon as those are all done.
Thank you, Israel.
Mark.
Sorry. First, I don't believe the design review board has any authority whatsoever in this district. And I'm saying authority. I mean, certainly they can give their recommendation just like any other person can in this meeting, but that's just a recommendation. And we have no, we're not obligated in any form or manner to implement what's recommended. And I guess my question also is, was there any division on the vote on this? I mean, did the design review board vote for this unanimously, or was it a split vote? How did that go?
We actually held a meeting, but we did not have a quorum, so people provided individual comment. There was no deliberation.
So there was no deliberation. So there was no vote taken even.
There's no vote taken.
So how can you say that the design review board recommended if the vote wasn't taken?
Mark, I don't think I'm here to be attacked about it. I wrote it up. If I wrote it incorrectly, then I guess,
Well, I know that's how we tell people what we've decided is we take a vote. I mean, if you didn't take a vote, then what you're saying.
We couldn't.
Hold on a minute. Even board members, I don't want to have a little back and forth about it, but
I'm good.
wait a minute. I think we have another meeting to go. We maybe can get the design review board to hold a vote. But these were comments of the individual board members, and we should take it as such. And I agree with you, Mark, that we are under no obligation to accept the recommendation of the design review board. We're also under no obligation to completely disregard it. So that's.
And I want to point out that the design review board was asked to do this, and so we did what we were asked.
Okay. Is there any members of the audience that would like to express any comments or concerns about this project? Please raise your hand. Okay, I'm not seeing any. Does any other board member have a question, comment, or concern about the project? Cindy.
Yeah, I'm still unclear about what our ability at this point is to bring in a geotechnical or a hydrogeotechnical consultant to help us review the project and also whether or not we've requested someone to review the traffic study at this point. So I'm just, if someone could provide an update on that, I'd appreciate it.
Cindy, I met, or actually I shared emails with CEI today regarding the geotechnical survey. I would expect that when we get an estimate, like the other professional peer reviews, we've sent it to the applicant to show the cost. So that's the plan. As soon as I get a number, Israel, I'll forward it to you and we'll go from there.
Okay, so that's for hydro.
For the geotechnical.
Geotech, okay, and what about traffic review?
Has this board asked for a traffic review?
I think the applicant submitted a traffic report. So I think that should be peer reviewed by a traffic consultant.
Do you have an objection with that, Paul?
It's not my money. Israel, do you have any objection to having a peer review of the traffic report?
Of course I do. No, I'm kidding. I don't object to, it's the board's prerogative really, whether they want to request one or not. I think the traffic report that we've submitted is very standard and customary of what we've provided in the past and what we believe is customarily provided, and it certainly meets all of the requirements of the site plan rules and regulations in terms of the types of studies and areas and counts and so forth that are required. So we're very confident that it meets the town's bylaws and provides the information that's needed. If the town determines that it needs it to be peer reviewed, we can't object to that.
Well, we're not traffic engineers, so it took a professional to create it, and it's going to take a professional to review it. So since there is no objection, why don't we get an estimate for a traffic review?
Okay.
Thank you.
And if I may, Mr. Chair, with respect to the geotechnical review, we would, given that we're in the process of updating the plans as we've discussed, any review should be done based on that new set of plans that we provide.
Okay, so we won't proceed until we get a more refined product.
Okay.
All right. We're at a bit of a holding pattern at the moment, but we're coming into focus. So with that, would anyone like to make a motion to continue this to a time and date certain?
Through the chair, if I may, November 7th, you already have 100 Codman Hill at 7:15.
Okay,
And that's all that's scheduled on that meeting night.
so that was November what?
7th. And then
Okay.
your next meeting would be November 21st.
Okay.
We
Would
would request,
anyone like to make a motion for November 7th at 7:30?
But
I would actually prefer, just in order for us to have sufficient time to provide the plans and really, have a more productive meeting, we would prefer the November 21st.
Anything on that agenda yet, Tracy?
No,
Would anyone like to make a motion for November 21st at 7:05?
So
So
moved.
moved.
Okay, moved by Cindy, seconded by Rebecca. Any discussion? Hearing none. Cindy Markowitz,
Markowitz, aye.
Rebecca Werner,
Werner, aye.
Mark White,
Sorry, White eye.
Kathy Vorse,
Morse, aye.
and Mark Barbadoro, aye. Thanks, Israel. Thank you, team.
thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Let's see here. All right, it is past 7:45 PM. So we have another continuation of another public hearing for application submitted under section 7300 earth removal, or is this the same one? Oh no, that's Campanelli. Submitted under 7300 earth removal, 7500 open space and commercial development, section 8000 site plan approval, and section 9200 special permit submitted by Campanelli Trigate, Boxborough Sub LLC to construct a 64,000 office and research development facility. Subject property is located in the Office Park District at 400 Beaverbrook Road and is identified as assessor's parcel 3140. So do we have people from Campanelli here?
You do, Mr. Chairman. Campanelli office is here. Myself, Russell Dion. We have also attending with us other members of the Campanelli team, my partner Robert DeMarco, Jeff Wyman, Danielle DeMarco. We also have our land use attorney available with us tonight, Johanna Schneider, and we have our civil engineer, David Kelly, who you've met in the previous hearings. And we also have various members of the leadership team from TUV on the phone. And we also have our traffic engineer available if there's any questions for him.
Okay, thanks, Russell. So I actually don't remember. We have a lot of cases all coming at once, and I'm not sure exactly where we left Campanelli. Can you bring us up to speed, Russell?
Sure. At the close of our last hearing on October 3rd, there were two primary actions, homework assignments, as you tend to coin them. That was for our land use attorney and town council to get together and have a conference call. That meeting did take place. In attendance was Tracy Murphy from the town, our civil engineer, David Kelly, the two attorneys, Adam Coster and Johanna Schneider, of course, in the Campanelli team. The second item was our land use council has prepared two draft decisions and have been submitted to the board last Wednesday, actually. One permit, the draft decision is for the modification to the previous open space commercial district permit. And the other draft decision was for the site plan approval for the building 400 proposal, as we've become quite familiar with. Certainly I would be happy to have Johanna Schneider give a quick overview of how the conference call with town council went as it related to permitting pathways. And that seems to be the largest homework assignment. If you want to get a summary, I could have her give us a brief overview.
That would be great.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Johanna Schneider with the law firm of Hemingway and Barnes. Nice to be back with all of you. You will recall that when we were together on October 3rd, we walked through a potential permitting strategy, which was basically an approval for building 400 in two parts. The first part would be a modification to the 1997 open space commercial development special permit, with a modification that would extend the development period with respect to only building 400. And then the second piece would be site plan approval or site plan application for building 400. So I see that Adam Costa is here. I don't want to speak for him, but what the conversation that we had with him was about was whether or not that was a viable permit pathway, whether that was something that was permissible for the board to follow should it wish to under the existing permit documents. Adam, I don't know if you want to jump in, or Mr. Chair, if you'd like me to also provide an overview of the two draft decisions that we submitted, however the board wants to proceed.
I think, Johanna, I think maybe we'll just handle this first, and it should be relatively quick. And then we can have a discussion among the board if that's the direction that we want to proceed in once we hear from Adam. And then I think we definitely would like to go and talk about your draft decisions after that. And again, just to be clear to everyone that Obviously, if this project receives a no vote, we won't be using your draft decisions. But, and these draft decisions, which you created and saved us a lot of time and effort in so doing, we are free to modify and make our own in any way that we need to. So with that all in mind, I'd like to get Adam to tell us what his thoughts are on permitting under the old special permits, just a brief overview on that. If we are modifying an existing special permit, would that also require a supermajority, or would it require just a simple majority, and just some general question and answer that only our own council can provide us? So Adam, would you mind speaking on that? Tell us about the special permit pathways that this project might be approved under.
I'd be happy to. So thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Good to see you all again. Kathleen, nice to meet you. I became aware of this project, I want to say maybe about 6 or 8 months ago, when I had an initial introductory conference call with Johanna and with former town planner Simon Corson. I was provided in advance of that call with a few plans or excerpts from plans from back in the early 2000s. I was provided with a copy of 3 separate permits: the original 1997 special permit that issued, the 2000, or I think it was 1999, excuse me, the 2000 site plan approval that followed, and then a 2001 amendment for phase 2 of the project, also a special permit. So I had an opportunity to review those documents even before that initial introductory conference call. And I was made familiar with the project at that time. Didn't hear much after that, but I was informed a few months ago that this application had been made to the board, and through the board and through Tracy Murphy, I was asked to provide some general guidance and some thoughts concerning, as you said, Mr. Chairman, the appropriate permitting path. So what I've had an opportunity to review since then, over the course of the past several weeks, are a few documents. The first was, and you have all of these as board members, the first is a memorandum that was prepared by Johanna, dated September 26th, that provided a summary of the permitting history with respect to this project, most of which I just recapped by referencing the sequence of permits that the board issued, and then made a specific proposal, which I understand is different than the proposal that had been made to you just a couple of months ago, that is now limited to building 400. And of course, there are multiple components to that. There's a special permit amendment component, there's a site plan approval component, and there's an earth removal component. But all 3 of those, as I understand it, under the current scheme, would be limited to building 400 and the immediate environment of building 400, the appurtenances to that new construction. So I had an opportunity to review that memo and to look back at the 3 permits that I had referenced before. And then, of course, I saw the draft decisions, which in many respects mimicked the procedural history that was summarized in Johanna's memo, and the findings of fact were consistent with the conclusions she's asked the board to reach, which I would expect, because that's what the applicant is proposing to the board. So with that background in mind, I reviewed the provisions, as I said, of the earlier permits, and the language of the permits, although they're rather complex, is relatively straightforward in terms of what the board is permitted to do. And I think that candidly, I think Johanna and I are in agreement. I think the applicant and the board are likely in agreement with respect to what these earlier permits said and where we stand today as it relates to some of the sequencing and the deadlines that were imposed by the earlier permit. So if we go back to the original permit, it was application 9701, because it was made in 97, but I think it ultimately issued in 1999. And that permit, amongst its various terms, after discussing the concept of an OSPD and after discussing the components of that development and the open space requirements and the flexibility provided from a design perspective under your zoning bylaw that was then in effect, it spoke about this concept of a commercial development period, capital C, capital D, capital P. And that term was defined. And the objective, as I understand it, and again, I didn't represent the board at the time, but much of this is contained in the text of the document. The thought was, with a traditional special permit, there is a lapse period. If a special permit is not exercised within a period of, under current law, up to 3 years, but under the law that was in effect at the time, up to 2 years, then the individual that would seek to use that permit loses the rights that were granted, were vested by way of the permit if substantial use doesn't begin within 2 years. But then once construction begins, generally speaking, there is no deadline on that construction to complete. And I think the board was concerned about the latter of those things. We want to be sure that this project proceeds expeditiously to completion. And I believe the applicant was concerned with the former of those things. We want some flexibility with respect to when we have to pull the trigger on commencing development under this project. And so the decision has provisions that deal with both of those things, that deal with the commencement of construction, allowing for essentially the rights to vest with respect to the entirety of the project upon certain actions occurring as specified in the decision. And then similarly, on the back end, there's this commercial development period. And the commercial development period was a period of 15 years, and it was triggered by the recording of the restrictive covenant or other actions which didn't occur. And so for a period of 15 years, the recipient of the permit had an opportunity to utilize the permit. If the permit wasn't utilized, the rights under the permit disappeared. The permit was no longer in existence unless the planning board chooses effectively, and this is my term, it's not a term that's used in the decision, unless the board chooses to revive the permit. And there was an acknowledgement even at that time that that was something the board had permission to do. And here's how the sentence reads, and it's a single sentence in the decision. With respect to any portion of the commercial development that is not a permitted or completed building at the time of expiration of the commercial development period, the commercial development period may be extended by and at the option of the planning board. And so it's really that simple. When you get through all that I just said, it's really that simple. We have a commercial development period that I think everybody concedes has expired. Johanna herself acknowledges it expired in 2015. In her memo, it's acknowledged in her draft decisions. What the applicant is now asking you to do is to exercise the discretion that you have, that you explicitly have under the permit that issued back in 1999, to extend at your option the commercial development period. You can extend it for a year, you can extend it for 5 years, you can extend it for 10 years. It's in your discretion, and allow for building 400, at least at this stage in the process, building 400 and its appurtenances to be developed. They've reserved the right, and they've said to you, and it's maybe I shouldn't call it reserving the right because it's not in the decision, but they've said to you that they would like to come back, and they will come back at a future date, hopefully, they say in a matter of months, with a more complete proposal for a more complex, let's say, amendment of the special permit, an amendment of the special permit that deals not just with one building, but with the full remaining build out of the development. But that's not what they're coming forward with now. What they're coming forward with now is building 400, and they're asking that your amendment be limited in that way. And in fact, in the conditions of the proposed decision, they said very explicitly that that's what they're doing, that this extension of the commercial development period would be limited to this development of building 400, and that no other aspect of the development could proceed without a further modification of the OSCD special permit. So I don't have an issue with the permitting path. I think the board has the discretion. That's not to say the board is obligated to do it. The board has the discretion to do it or not to do it. And if it does it, it can condition it as it sees fit, as it could condition any other special permit. To answer your question, Mr. Chair, it does require a supermajority vote. An amendment of a special permit is handled under the statute the same way as a new special permit is handled. In fact, the statute doesn't differentiate between the two. So the procedural prerequisites and the quantum of vote is the same for an amendment as it would be for an initial special permit. It does require the supermajority vote. But it is in your discretion to extend the commercial development period and to do so retroactively if you so choose.
Does everybody get what Adam just said? Because it was a lot of information to just pick up. Essentially, at a high level, he's saying we can extend an expired special permit. And he's saying by supermajority vote, we can modify the terms of that last open space special permit. And this is what the applicant has originally asked for. And I actually feel that it is appropriate in this instance because the property, there have been assurances, well, the applicant, the prior landowner has granted 50% of its land to be permanently protected. And I think that, you know, that warrants some deference. I don't think they should have to just restart the whole process. But that being said, all special permit criteria must be satisfied with respect to this particular aspect of this project. Does the board have any concerns about proceeding under the old open space special permit?
So I just want to be clear, the applicant provided us 2 draft decisions. Is that the appropriate mechanism on which to if we were to make appropriate decisions on this, would we do that, offer up two separate decisions, one for special permit and one for a combined site plan and earth removal approval?
Adam, do you want to comment on that since we've got you here?
I do. So I think that the mechanisms that are proposed, the 2 separate decisions are appropriate. It's the way that most communities do so when they're dealing with site plan approval separately from special permits. They will issue the special permit in one form and they'll issue the site plan separately. I've got no issue with you combining your earth removal permit with the site plan either. You could arguably separate those into separate permits. There are different findings required for each. I would agree generally with what you said a moment ago, Mr. Chairman, that it is required when you're amending a special permit, much the way that it would be when you're issuing a new special permit, to make affirmative findings that the special permit criteria are satisfied. With that said, with regard to this special permit, the special permit issued previously, and those findings were made by the planning board. So all you're being asked to do now is extend the permit. Many boards would say there's no need necessarily to make explicit findings again in any great detail, except to say that the findings that supported the decision before continue to support the decision now. That's a bit different when it comes to the site plan approval, because you're now performing a site plan approval on a building that was not envisioned back in 1997, 1999, 2001. It's an entirely new building that will take the place of the former proposal for building 400. And so I think it's appropriate. Johanna's decision for the site plan approval is a lengthier decision. I think it's about 2.5 times as long because it goes into detail with the specifying the requirements of section 8007 site plan approval and enumerates the criteria and then makes affirmative findings with respect to each, which I think is appropriate.
Thanks, Adam. Does anyone else have any concerns? Is this a path that we should be heading down, or should we be starting from scratch with this?
I mean, I'm okay with this proposed path. I think this is the most expeditious way to address it, so I'm fine with it.
I am too, but I would like the board to review the shape and mass and the use of this particular project for special permit criteria, because it was not what was approved before. It's a different use. It's a different amount of lot coverage. Personally, I'm not against it. It is a larger footprint, substantially larger. It is closer to the street, and the building materials are not what was originally contemplated, which had a lot more uniformity with respect to the site generally. It was another building that would fit in with the rest. Not to say that we can't accept a different building in its place, but I think we should carefully review it and then make findings based on what is being proposed.
Yeah, I have several questions when we get to the site plan review piece of this, but I'm just gonna wait until sounds like we're still framing up the approach. So once we get to the site plan review itself, I do have a list of questions.
Okay, should we hold a vote to proceed this way, or should we just hold the vote to approve at the end of it? Because either would do. Should we just, I'm not hearing any complaints, so I'm thinking that Mark, go ahead.
Well, yeah, I'd say, yeah, sure, let's vote it, because then that way we clearly put it behind us and move on to the next thing. It just becomes a, something we agree on going forward. That way we don't have to circle back with it later.
Okay, so I think then the motion might be that we are allowed to accept a special permit we are allowed to modify the existing open space permit, not a vote to approve it, because we still need to go through the review of the conditions. And also we need to do a little more site, a little more review of the site. So do you want to make that motion, Mark?
If I could just so move it, yes.
Okay, so the motion on the floor is that the board accepts the concept that we can approve this project under a previous open space special permit, and that we will issue a new site plan decision, a new site plan approval based on the new construction. So
may I ask for some clarification, please?
Yep.
You had asked earlier whether we can apply the criteria under 9204. Although I would like a better understanding of, are we able to review the criteria under 9204, the decision criteria for special permits, if we choose to extend this special permit?
We would be using the special permit criteria of the day, whatever that was in the old bylaw. That's my understanding, unless Adam, if I'm misspeaking, please correct me.
So the request that's being made to amend the special permit is a request that is being currently made. So although I don't want to get too deep into the weeds with respect to the special permit criteria, because again, I think that the applicability or the extent to which you debate those criteria ought to be governed by, or at least it would be my recommendation that they be governed by the nature of the request that's being made. If the request was being made to make meaningful modifications to the project itself, at least under the umbrella of the special permit, you would want to, for example, reevaluate traffic. You may want to reevaluate other components of your criteria. So your current criteria speak to traffic flow and safety, adequacy of utilities, impacts on the natural environment and on health. In this instance, the request is simply to extend the permit that already issued based upon findings by the former planning board that the criteria were met and the permit was issued. And just as you wouldn't have had the ability to reevaluate those criteria 5 years in or 10 years in or 14 years in, right up until the 15-year expiration, you're now being asked to simply extend that permit through the present day and for, I think, a period of 3 more years until 2025. With that said, I think that to the extent you look to the criteria, I think you would be free to look to the current criteria, because the amendment application is being made today. It's an amendment to a special permit that's being requested today under today's bylaw.
Okay.
And Mr. Chair, if I may, I think there may be some difficulty in the application of what's being discussed now, because the original OSCD special permit looked at the special permit criteria across the entire park. And we are just looking for this modification. And again, it's not even a material modification to the terms of the park. It's just an extension of the commercial development period for the one site. I think it might be difficult for the board feasibly to feasibly go back and look at the entirety of the park, which is really what was permitted in that prior special permit decision.
I would agree with that. I mean, it would be pretty difficult laborious to try and reinvent what took place with respect to the entire project. And I wouldn't want to do that, but all I want to do is talk about the impacts of this building versus the impacts of the building that was approved.
And Mr. Chair, if I may, I think that's exactly what the board gets to do under the site plan review component of this. So it's not as though that review is not happening. I think, again, it's a question of what the proper mechanism is. And I think, as Adam has said, you can rest on the prior findings of the board with respect to the overall park, which is really what the OSCD special permit is about. And then I think you can get to a more granular review of building 400, which we understand the board absolutely wants and needs to do in the context of the site plan review.
Well, I agree, but I'm just saying that we haven't approved this thing yet. And if we were to deny it, we would have to deny it based upon special permit criteria. So if we're asked to, deny an amendment, we need to say why. That's all. So that's all I was referring to. But so, okay. I forget, did we hold a vote?
No.
All right, let's hold a vote unless there's any other comments or questions from the board. Okay.
I think Mark made the motion. I'm not sure it was seconded. Did anyone second it?
Well, I thought we were trying to refine the wording.
Yeah, I think that's what I was asking was, so this is just an extension of the special permit. And I don't know if we need to state that the board would not apply the decision criteria under 9204 to the special permit extension. Is that?
I don't think you need to put that into the
Okay.
motion. This is just really a motion to accept our land use council's advice that we have the authority to issue a special permit to revive, because it was dead. It's like Lazarus from rising from the grave, and amend and exist a old open space special permit and use site plan approval for the criteria. Does that sound right? It's Mark's motion. So does that sound right, Mark?
It sounds right in its entirety. I just don't know how to put that into a succinct sentence. I don't know. Adam, you want to take a stab at it?
So I think you're not really taking any action on either the special permit or the site plan approval. You're simply trying to reach consensus that this is the path you're going down. So I think it might be as simple as saying motion to proceed under the guise of an amendment to the original special permit with an accompanying site plan approval for building 400, subject to further discussion of the terms and conditions of those actions.
Say that again?
No, don't say it again.
All right. I will revise my motion to say exactly what he just said. So our whoever does our transcript here will be able to get that correct.
And I'll second it.
Okay, moved by Mark White, seconded by Kathy Borst. Any discussion? Okay, hearing none. Rebecca Burner,
Burner, aye.
Cindy Markowitz,
Markowitz, aye.
Kathy Borst,
Vorse, aye.
Mark White,
White eye.
and Mark Barbadoro, aye. Okay, so we're still proceeding under our site plan approval. And there are some outstanding questions that Cindy had. Do you want to take it away, Cindy?
Oops. Sure. Okay. I probably should have brought some of these up at the last meeting, but I kind of needed to organize them. And I think the preparation of the draft decisions was sort of helpful in allowing me to do that. So thanks to the applicant for framing that up. So I'm just going to go through these by subject area, and some of these may have already been answered, and apologies if I'm asking things that have, but we've been getting a lot of information. So, okay, I'll just start on the traffic issues. So the applicant provided 2 traffic reports, one for the entire campus on July 11th and another on August 16th for 400 Beaverbrook only. I guess my first question is an internal one, and that is, have we engaged a traffic consultant to do a peer review of that?
We engaged Green International, and they'll have it for your November 7th meeting.
Great. Okay. And I guess this is a question for Green, but I guess I want to make sure that the traffic report accounts for any updated traffic or on Swanson Road. And I know those buildings, commercial buildings on Swanson Road, have some level of occupancy. So I just want to make sure that the traffic report reflects that. And also, does the traffic report account for recent submittals from the MIPA submittal for potential 600,000 square feet at 1414 Mass Avenue, and also for traffic potentially associated with 244 Adams Place? So that's a couple of questions either for our peer reviewer or for the applicant. But I just wanted to make note that those are some additional projects going on in town. So I don't know if they've been accounted for in the traffic report. Next questions have to do with parking, and I want to make sure I understand the numbers correctly. I believe that the applicant is proposing a total of 256 parking spaces. Is that correct?
That would be David Kelly could answer that question for you.
That's correct, Mr. Chairman. To Ms. Markowitz, there are 256 proposed, 8 of which are land banked parking spaces for use if ever needed.
Okay, so I'd like to revisit the parking space calculations. I think using the gross square footage of 64,000 square feet and using the special permit criteria of 3.3 spaces per 1,000 feet, I believe that came to a calculation of 211 parking spaces. I think the proposed parking may include the additional 15,000 square foot addition. Is that what's bringing those numbers up?
No, the requirement was to provide 3.3 per thousand, which show a total of 4 per thousand. And what we noted last time is that the spaces are there and already constructed, so we're just taking spaces away, 200 or so spaces from the property in its entirety. So we're really not constructing any new parking here. We're actually taking parking away.
Well, I understand that. I'm trying to get at the actual required number of parking spaces for the facility. So I'm just using the math from the special permit of the 3.3 per 1,000, which came up with 211. Mm-hmm. And you're proposing 256. So I guess my question is the applicant willing to reduce the number of parking spaces to a lower number? Because you are removing some, you could remove more. And also wanted to ask that if you were to use well, actually the number of employees, I think you may have mentioned the number of employees at the facility, but I was wondering if you could reiterate how many employees will be at the facility.
Cindy, this is Russell Deanna from Campanelli. TUV anticipates utilizing about 100 to 125 spaces for their own employees. And then there are a multiple of visitors to the facility at all times, pending the types of tests and compliances that they are working on. And their clients come to the facility to observe those tests. And then there's also some training functions, and there's also leadership functions. So they've requested about 225 spaces. And I can say that what David has done is, the 256 is oftentimes creating a impervious path to existing drainage structures. So to just sort of look at a geometry and take away, I'm just going to say 21 spaces just because we're 21 over, doesn't always quite work that simplistically. So we did remove over an acre of paving, and I think David referred to maybe 200 parking spaces in the most efficient, effective way we could to continue to drain the parking lots and treat the stormwater management properly.
Okay, well, I guess, my question is there potential to reduce the parking spaces further? Because, we are trying to, obviously, and you're doing a great job increasing the impervious area, but if there was additional stretch you could make by reducing additional parking spaces. The formulas don't seem to compute to 256 that you're proposing.
We can certainly consider it. We will look through, and if there's between the 256 and the 211, and we have roughly about 44, 45 parking spaces that can be removed, we will give that a second review and attempt to try to do it. And if we cannot, we'll show you why it can't be done, just simply due to traffic flow and stormwater management, as I previously mentioned.
Great. No, I would appreciate that. And I think we talked last time about the potential for adding more EV spaces, and I can't recall again what your proposal was.
I beg your pardon. I see Sue Carter's hand up, and I know it has to do with the parking.
Oh, sure.
Just to have her address that.
I guess I'm pretty transparent. Thank you. If you remember at the last meeting, when you take into account those areas that are shown for snow storage, they're down to the 3.3 per 1,000 square feet because they're actually using existing paved spaces for their snow storage. So there's a trade-off for the board to decide on. If they take away those spaces and make them pervious, you won't get the pretreatment of melting snow flowing into the stormwater system necessarily. So,
are you suggesting, Sue, that, if there's empty parking spaces at the very end of the parking lot that aren't used, even if it's a reduced number, can't the snow removal be located there? Or do you have to maintain all 256 or whatever for parking?
They weren't intending on maintaining all of them through the winter. The excess spaces were being used for snow storage, and it was designated that way on the plan. So if the board wants them to remove that impervious surface, it's a trade-off between making sure that any melting snow runoff gets trapped and treated in the stormwater system versus simply soaking into the ground. It's a trade-off.
Okay.
I would normally agree that we should try and get rid of the excess impervious surface, but if it serves a useful function, then I'm not as concerned about it.
Okay. Sorry, I moved on to the EV spaces, and I think, again, you were showing 1.5% of their total parking to be EV, and I think our consulting engineer said projects are showing up to 10% of their total parking spaces as EV, and I think you addressed it last time, but could you reiterate where you were on that?
There are a total of 4 EV spaces being proposed, 2 stanchions with 2 spaces connected to each. We're finding that the market demand dictates the amount of EV spaces that are really going to be needed, and so as EV utilization increases, we're seeing our clients add in EV space if necessary, but constructing them up front and basically taking them out of the mix for regular use, particularly they're generally in close proximity to the front door, is not really the way it's being done at the moment. So the ability to add it later is what we're seeing as the market demands and as the workers demand it is the way to proceed. So we're showing 4 right now, which, as you point out, is about 2%.
Okay,
a little less.
Would you accept a condition of approval that EV expansion be sort of built into your, the infrastructure necessary for expansion be built into your original plans, so that it's not an impact down the road if you need to add more?
Russell, I assume that would be okay.
That would be fine, and I just want to restate what TUV has stated in previous meetings, that they are committed to sustainability and green practices, and if there is a demand and a need for additional EVs, I'm sure that they would provide it as a luxury to their employees and their choice of vehicles. So that condition would be fine.
Great, thanks. Okay, and I know you you provided us some discussion about where you are with MIPA. I think we don't have access to all the prior MIPA documentation, but you know, I'm sure you're aware that the MIPA requirements have changed, and I guess I would ask that potentially as a condition of approval that the project keep the planning board informed on any correspondence going forward with MIPA and any notice of project change. That's acceptable to you. Have you folks given us a full list of all the required permits, both all federal, state, and local permits, and any status? And is that something that you can create if you have not given us a table already of that?
We have.
We provide.
We've given you
yeah.
a full. We've given you a full table of all the permits, hyperlinks to all of the recording documents, and we, as one of the homework assignments from the previous meeting, a non-recorded permit is the groundwater discharge permit, which was provided to Tracy. And for some reason, I can't put my fingers on the well permit, and we've been in touch with DEP, who claims they have a copy and they're forwarding it to us. As soon as we get a copy of that through our maintenance operator, Whitewater, we will get that to Tracy's office. But other than that, I believe all the permits have been submitted. Johanna or David, you want to add any additional detail to that?
Yeah, and in addition, and maybe specifically to the question, Russell, in response to the first Sue Carter memo, we provided a table listing all the permits required. And so, for instance, an EPA, NPDES permit, for instance. So there is a list of them in that first response letter that lists all the permits needed specifically for Building 400.
Okay, and are you aware of the most recent stormwater permit application of the board at the local level? Okay.
Yes, we are, and I know that the board was continuing to work on regulations to accompany that application. I'm not sure the status of those, but clearly will conform with the requirements.
Okay, great. Just a question about the water supply. I went back to your original site plan application. You indicated a water supply of 2,063 gallons per day and a discharge rate of 1,875 gallons per day. So there's some small amount of consumptive use there. Is there anything you need to explain on that, or what that water is being consumed for? Is that just potable?
So that was probably information we provided, and we used the DEP suggested rate relating to wastewater generation being 10% less than water usage. That's the DEP recommended formula for determining waste flow versus water flow, or vice versa. Actually, water usage versus wastewater flow, which is calculated on using Title V. So it's based on the number of employees here. So there's nothing magic. It's a 10% number.
Okay, so there's, I guess my question is there any water being used in processes, or is it all for sanitary?
It's mostly all for sanitary. And as Bob Mitchell has explained in the previous meetings, this is mostly an electronics testing facility. There is some water that's used for cleanup and for other aspects of any maintenance within any building. But for the majority of the work here, it's not a water latent testing facility. Okay.
And can you explain, perhaps to the board, I know that the Campanelli wells have shown high PFAS levels in the last number of DEP readings that are available on the DEP portal. Can you explain what your folks are doing to treat that water to make it consumptive for your employees?
Sure. So we've been working hand in hand with DEP since the PFAS initially was introduced not too long ago. And we have already been approved by DEP for a pilot study program, which they're monitoring. That's step one in the process of identifying a path to filtration. So we are actually ahead of the curve as it relates to users through natural well sources in the region. And our specialists that are working on that, I can get a more detailed report for you in writing, but I know that we received approval for the pilot program about 4 weeks ago.
So I'm sorry, but that pilot program is a treatment program for the water that coming into your wells to serve the whole campus. You're going to be treating at the intake location.
You know, that's the part that I'm not 100% sure, so I'd rather have our specialist get back to you. But the pilot program is a bit of an exploratory program where they test various treatments, and we're working with DEP because there's not many people that have a pilot program in place at this point in time. And there's not one method of treatment that is approved by the DEP as we sit here today. It's still a very exploratory piece. So, but what I can do, Cindy, is have Whitewater get back to us with what that pilot program evolves from an executive summary perspective.
Yeah, that would be helpful. Thank you. I did take a look at the wastewater discharge permit that was issued by DEP, and just had a couple of questions. The permit allows for 40,000 gallons, and again, I know this is for the entire campus, but they also provided interim and then final permit limits, and then non-zone 2 and zone 2 limits. Can you explain the differences and why you're getting 3 different sets of discharge limits in that permit?
Sure, David, do you want to address her question?
Russell, I'm not fully up. I can just tell you from experience with other projects. It depends on where the final distribution systems are located relative to the zone 2 location. Russell, you might be able to add more specifically to your permit. I'm actually not sure.
Okay, well, certainly we can get back to you on the zone 1, zone 2, but what I can tell Cindy and the board is DEP upgraded and modified their groundwater discharge limitations in 2021, and all septic discharge systems needed to be upgraded by November of 2022. And you needed to go through a permit process to get that discharge. So there's really 2 components here. I'll try to keep it quite simple. There's the groundwater discharge piece, which is a septic field in the ground. That field was originally permitted for 80,000 gallons per day. Then there's a wastewater treatment facility where all the affluent goes to be treated before it goes to the ground. The new standards due to flow got bifurcated. You can no longer handle 80,000 gallons if you only have a certain occupancy. Right now, the occupancy of the park is building 300 with Cisco. So we have a flow of roughly about 3,500 to 4,000 gallons per day. So DEP, and as new tenants come into the park, we will upgrade our flow to about 27,000 gallons per day. Until you reach a plateau of about 30 to 35,000 gallons, you have to design your systems to comply mechanically and scientifically to 40,000 gallons per day. Once you reach that 30,000 to 35,000 gallons per day of flow, or anticipate achieving a greater flow due to new development, you go back to DEP to get a second permit to go back to the 80,000. And it's all in their bylaws and regulations. So right now, our new permit, which was issued several months ago, is for 40,000 gallons. And our work is nearly done. I believe they're in the punch list stage at the wastewater treatment, scheduled for final inspection later this month to comply for the November 2022 deadline to upgrade the wastewater treatment facility.
Okay, thanks. That's actually a very helpful description, but I guess I'm curious if DEP is giving you 2 discharge limits, one for a non-zone 2 and one for a zone 2 location. Does that mean there's the potential that you're going to discharge to different locations than you're currently discharging to? Or why would you have 2, one inside the zone 2 and one outside the zone 2 in terms of discharge limits?
Well, what I can clarify is we have no new discharge locations proposed. The current discharge will remain where it's always been discharged since Cisco initially occupied the property. What I can do is get to our engineers. I don't know where the zone 2 zone line exactly is, and if it bifurcates the current discharge field or not. I can get more detail on that. That I'm not versed to tell you any further detail, because I just don't know.
Okay, thanks. I'd appreciate if you can get back to me. I just noticed that in the permit, so I'd like some clarification. Okay, I think you identified earlier that the facility is going to be totally powered by a heat pump, and I may have asked this question before, but are you confirming that you will not use any natural gas for power either now or in the future? Are you not planning on connecting to the natural gas line that's, I believe, nearby?
There is no intent in the day one occupancy of this building to use natural gas as a heating fuel source. TUV has no plans to use natural gas in any of its testing facilities. However, I would reserve their right if there was something that they needed to do that could bring in natural gas, and I can consult with them tomorrow, that they would want to reserve that right. But from a heating fuel source, the building is intended to be utilizing electric heat pump technology 100%.
Okay, I'm pretty sure I asked this before, and I'm sorry I've forgotten the answer, but will there be any backup emergency generation?
You know, I can't remember. Do you know, Jeffrey? I don't believe there's any generators planned for the facility on day one. There's maybe some battery backup to run some servers and to run some electronic backup, but there's no diesel tanked generator being proposed for the facility, but I can confirm that.
Okay, great. And you did reference that you're looking into getting got a solar vendor, and you're looking into getting solar installed at some point, perhaps not immediately on the roof. Were you able to give us an idea, and maybe again, you said it already, how many megawatts or how much electricity you anticipate that facility to generate? And will you all be using it all on site, or would you sell some back to the grid?
We will be using it all on site, and we're basically designing that as we speak. I don't know the megawatts. I know we have a 64,000 square foot roof. We need a setback for safety off the edge of the roof. We also have rooftop equipment to run the building, to run the electric heat pumps. So we've been working within all of the available square footage to come up with a amply supportive solar system, and we could report back to the board on that design. And I think in the condition, I think we asked for up to about 3 years after occupancy to install a system. It takes a while to design the system and get the equipment, and it will be a post-occupancy completion item.
Russ, if we did that, would you be okay figuring out roughly how many kilowatts you'd be generating? And then we could put that in as part of a 3-year condition?
We can talk to, I know TUV's been working with a local sub-vendor, Select Solar, out of Hopkinton, as we've mentioned before, and we can find out where their preliminary guesstimates are and report back to you.
Thanks.
Okay, I'm mostly through my list. I got a few more. I believe the planning board would like to understand the hours of operation for the facility. And I think you mentioned you don't usually operate 24/7, but you could operate 24/7. Can you be more specific about what would your typical hours of operation be?
Well, I'll give you what I believe I've heard from TUV, and I know Bob Mitchell is on the line. He can complement whatever I say. Most of their hours are during professional hours, from 7 in the morning till, I'll say, 7 in the evening. There are a few tests that do get monitored from time to time overnight, and then there is personnel that will be in the building from time to time overnight, but it's not a second shift operation. And Bob, if you want to comment any further on TUV's behalf, that'd be great.
Thank you very much, Russ. And for the board, thank you for taking the time. The normal operations, as Russ pointed out, will be normal business hours for daily routine on day one. And deliveries and traffic patterns and everything else would be during normal hours. There are certain times and certain tests that we do run that some of these testing, when we're sampling some of the electronics products, they would be running on a 24-hour cycle and could be running for days on end. So there are times that there would be very single or multi-vehicle traffic going into the facility at some odd hours to either troubleshoot a product if it stopped during the testing cycle, or to do a validation and update on specific times that the regulatory agencies that we report to require us to do certain monitoring on, say, a 10-hour cycle or a 12-hour cycle when we need to validate some of the test cycles. So that is what the planned operation is not to be running tractor trailer trucks down the road at 9 o'clock at night, or heavy traffic having 40 people coming and going at a given hour, nothing like that. It's very light duty traffic and very minimal occurrences during the off business hours.
So what are on business hours and what are off business hours?
So during different shifts, companies like TUV in the area, there are a couple of our other competitors in the area. Our shifts would end roughly about 6 o'clock. You would see the majority of people leaving, coming in sometime around the 8 o'clock hour. There would be some people coming in earlier than 8 o'clock in the morning, but it's typical office business hours. And just because of the nature of the business, we would have stragglers coming in during those off hours.
And in off hours, would you have how many people? 10% of your staff?
Not even 10%. 10% would probably be a maximum of that 100 personnel that we're looking at.
Okay. Sorry, Cindy, go ahead and finish.
Okay. All right. So just a couple more subject areas. Just about the architectural and the aesthetics of the building. I guess I just want to remind the applicant that, and I'm sure you're aware, that our decision criteria under 8007, item number 3, indicates that architectural style shall be within the prevailing character and scale of the building in the neighborhood and the town, through the use of the appropriate building materials, screening, breaks in the roof and wall lines, and other architectural techniques. Buildings shall relate harmoniously to each other. It's also an aspiration of our master plan, is actually aspiration number 1, and the goal number 1.2, that the town maintains its rural character, celebrates its heritage, and then goal number 1.2, new development and redevelopment will be physically designed to blend into the town's rural landscape. I still have concerns about the aesthetics of the building. I just want to note that the town has a recorded easement, I believe, for the sidewalk for pedestrian use, and that campus is being used quite frequently for passive recreation. So I do think that it's important that the aesthetics of that building be in such a way that doesn't conflict with the neighboring buildings. And from what my understanding is of what the building looks like now, I'm not 100% comfortable that it meets those requirements. So I would ask that the applicant consider again some of the architectural treatments to make that building blend more harmoniously with its surrounding other buildings, and also to perhaps look at the planting schedule, address the screening a little bit more sufficiently. I believe you said 40 trees are going to be removed, and that 44 were going to be replaced, unless that may have changed. But I would ask again for significant landscape screening, and also inclusion of any drought tolerant species, so that you're not spending a lot of that water, groundwater, to irrigate. So I would hope that you were going to include additional drought tolerant species. And my final comment was just, again, I looked through the earth removal bylaw and our earth removal rules and regulations. the construction hours from that actually conflict a little bit with our overall construction hours. But I would ask the applicant to take a look at both the bylaw and the earth removal rules and regulations, and provide some description as to how the project will comply, because there's quite a number of operational and restoration requirements there. So I would ask that you take a look at that and provide the board with some sense as to how the project will comply. So I think that's my list. So thank you.
So I had one follow-up to Cindy's list, which was, I think, if my memory is correct, it was over 90 parts per trillion. That was what the PFAS count was. And I was told by DEP that when the when the amount of PFAS gets that high, that the source needs to be found and needs to be mitigated. So have you guys been, has DEP reached out to you to try and locate the source of the PFAS?
Yes, Mark, I know that what I'd like to do is, I don't have in front of me the details of Whitewater's. Whitewater's our engaged consultant along with on-site engineering, who have both been actively engaged in the PFAS issue in the Boxborough region. They've been very engaged with DEP, as we mentioned before, and we have been approved in the pilot program, which is basically, I'm just going to call it step one in a mitigation program. That's the extent of the details that I have that I can accurately report, but I can get a summary from our engineers with expertise as to our timeline for the next phases that comply with DEP regulations.
Okay, we would be very interested, because all that water flows downstream to all of the condos on both sides of 111. There's quite a few condos on your side, and that seems to be the direction that the aquifer is moving in, is to the south. So yeah, we're very concerned about the PFAS. And also, to just expand on the comment about site plan review criteria for the building, it is going to be the odd building out on the site. You've got a lot of buildings. They have a character. They've got brick veneer on them, and this one is going to be big and white and cement, and it's not going to be fitting very neatly into the surrounding. So I don't know if you can do something about the way it's going to appear, but it may not be in keeping with the rest of the buildings on the site. Maybe some more windows, maybe mixing some materials, maybe paint schemes, something to, try and make the building blend with the surrounding viewscape a little bit.
Okay.
Any other board members have any comments?
I'll just go out there again and say that the design review board was asked again to review this project and provide some advisory to the planning board. And generally, I think that many of the board members are saying just much of what came out of those discussions, but that the architecturally trying to make this fit into the complex a little bit more was seen as something that would be pretty desirable and suited to the neighboring buildings, matching. So I think the brick facade, yet you pointed out, Mark, was one of those things, and maybe the windows as well. It was also noted that, and correct me if I'm incorrect on this, but it was noted that there was no rear elevation shown for the building.
There actually was, Rebecca.
Was there?
The architect didn't call it out as a rear elevation. He called it out as a side elevation, but all
Okay.
four elevations of the building were provided in the.
Okay, great. So we did
back in
see.
July.
Okay, great. Thank you. I was wondering if it was a mislabeling situation. So So then everybody has seen the rear elevation. The design review board recommends basically that all facades are relatively in standing with each other. So this particular building has a certain treatment to the front, but it's not really wrapping around the building. So that was a recommendation to just make all sides more maybe closely matching what the front face is doing, because they will be highly visible, at least on the sides of that building. Let's see. I'm assuming you guys got a copy of this, but if not, it is on the website now, Tracy, right? Okay.
Yes, and I sent it to the applicant as well.
Fantastic, thank you. So you've already seen much of this. The citing of it is totally appropriate, especially with the previous construction that's been taking place on that. So there was no comments about that. It was mostly about like historic period and like the surrounding buildings. There's much to say about that. Rooftop, no issues with the pitching of roof and keeping it flat. I think it's great that that the solar panels are going up there. So there's a comment about that. No signage was reviewed at this time. I believe all the lighting is dark sky compliant already. There was some comment about the planting plans. There's 2 planting plans that were dated 8/22 and 7/6, and they differ from each other. And the latter, the 8/22 one, was not. There was no plant schedule provided with that. So it's kind of unclear as to what is being, what species is where, what the counts are on plant material sizing and spacing. So I think it would be helpful to the board to probably get a copy of that updated with the plant schedule included.
So Rebecca, on that comment, the 8/22 submission on drawing D1 has a plant schedule, which was on the first set of drawings as well. It indicates the quantity of plants, both from trees and shrubbery, and out of the 30 or so different species that are in the plant schedule, I think there were 6 quantity changes by 1 or 2 from the July submission. So that was not a miss. That's in the package. We can resubmit that to you, but that was in the 8/22 set. So I just wanted to point that out.
Thank you. I guess, yeah, I might have to look around for it again, but if you didn't mind resubmitting, there's so much information we've been collecting. And if I missed it, apologies for that. And then I think there was a comment about ADA compliancy and reflecting that on the plans where we can, and comment about using native plantings. I think Cindy pointed this out to kind of reduce the amount of irrigation or chemical fertilizers that are required on the project. That's all I have there. I had, I know we're not discussing the decision yet, or the order of conditions yet, but there was a couple comments about hazardous materials on there. Is it okay if we just speak to that a little bit right now?
Go ahead.
It was a little alarming to me when I read through the 2 line items regarding hazardous, and I understood that there's no hazardous materials. There may be something that cleaning products that are being used, but when we're talking about this being located entirely in the Aquifer Protection District, is there something we should be more aware of, I guess, regarding hazardous material usage?
Now, Rebecca, let me just jump in as the person who put together these drafts and give you a sense as to where the conditions came from, and that might be helpful. I think you're right. This is not a hazardous material generating operation, but the way that I compiled the conditions is it was, a compilation of comments that we've heard from the board over the last several meetings with you, comments from Sue Carter, your peer reviewer, conditions from the 2000 site plan approval that we thought the board might want to see carried forward. And so those conditions regarding the hazardous materials, I literally lifted them verbatim from that prior decision in case the board wanted to keep them in to be maximally protective. And then the last set of conditions were sort of, I looked at a bunch of your recent site plan approval decisions and pulled what I could discern were sort of a standardized set of conditions. So to the extent that there are things in there that we haven't talked about or that look unfamiliar, it may be that I was trying to, kind of carry forward things from the 2000 decision that I thought the board might be sad to lose in the event that it didn't make it into this decision.
Thank you, Joanna.
Any other comments, Rebecca?
Nope, that's it for me. Thank you, Mark.
Okay, any other board members have any comments? I'm not hearing any at the moment. So will there be any floor drains in the design of the building?
Oh, absolutely. The code requires floor drains. So certainly we have sanitary floor drains required per code. And then I believe there's a couple of floor drains as it relates to just general wash cleaning areas within the buildings. But there's no industrial floor drain, there's no industrial discharge, there's no capturing of any industrial waste stream in the building because there's no waste stream generated.
So the thanks for clarifying. Yeah, the code does require floor drains in bathrooms with I think more than one fixture. But the code doesn't require floor drains in the main operating area of the building. And I get the desire to have them there to help get, ease of cleaning in the building. But I'm also wondering about what is getting washed down the drain if it's in the industrial area of the testing area, and how it will make its way into the leaching field and ultimately into the aquifer. So is there any plans for tanks, like a tight tank or anything like that for the floor drain? Or
there's a tight tank, and David Kelly may be able to talk about this. There's a tight tank as it relates to, there's a one drive-in door at the dock, so that has a tight tank to it. And then Bob Mitchell may be able to comment on, there's one or two utilitarian floor drains within the facility that relate to part of their water usage out of Bob, maybe you can just talk about those floor drains.
Sure. So the board and everybody's aware, with the type of testing that we do, if you take a metal enclosure that you see on the side of a building, that is what's called a NEMA enclosure. And part of the regulatory process is we have to spray a bunch of water at the enclosure to make sure that there's no water that penetrates that area or things like that. So all we're doing is taking clean water. We have to make sure it's maintained at a specific pressure and at a specific temperature. So in this building, what we've done is, as not to impose any type of drainage or water discharge to the wastewater treatment center, we're actually going to recirculate all of the water that we use to perform this rain testing. So what will happen is we will have in one of these areas that has that drain, we will have a product perched up on top of a bench, and we will shower it for the required hours to the proper water pressure and everything else. That water will then go down into one of those drains and be pumped back into the holding tank that we have. It'll all be filtered water, reclaimed. We don't expect any chemicals or any type of other contaminants that would contaminate the water that we have. As part of our testing, we don't do any hazardous chemical testing and things like that. So that's why this particular floor drain that Russell talked about in the industrial area is specifically for a rainwater test where we have to use clean water, and it will just be recirculated into the building.
Bob, what are you showering down with water?
It could be a product. So if you think about it, one of the products, most nowadays, Mark, everybody wears a wearable device, whether it's a Fitbit or an Apple Watch or something like that. We could do a rain test or a water submersion test on a product like that. We could actually do those NEMA enclosures that electricians use outside, where they have to spray water to make sure it doesn't penetrate and the electronics inside the box gets violated. There are all those different types of things. If there's a water resistance test, it's actually called IP testing. And that's where the water egress testing and submersion tests come into play.
Thanks, Bob. You know, you might be aware of this, but a lot of the waterproofing materials used, treatment of fabrics and things like that are done with PFAS. And so if you're testing something that is to be water resistant and it's fabric, there's a chance that it's going to have PFAS in it. So that's the reason why I'm concerned about it.
And that's where, as part of what we do, not in this location where it was addressed, asked if we performed chemical testing before and other things. Fabrics and chemical testing are not what this building is being designed to incorporate.
Okay.
Those are done in some of our other locations.
Okay, thanks, Bob. Cindy's first in line on my screen. I don't know why.
Thanks, Hollywood Squares. Yeah, I just, when we talked about the water supply and usage, it was calculated based on the number of employees, but now it sounds like there's a industrial use. I didn't recall, or maybe I didn't hear the size of the tank, but is that that water accounted for in the water supply numbers that the applicant provided?
Cindy, David Kelly again. I mean, we can certainly look at it, but what we provided was based on the number of employees, which is a DEP required estimation for wastewater usage. And so that, for instance, would be the number that DEP will use for calculating and using metrics for the groundwater discharge permit. Number of employees times 15 gallons per day per employee. That's for industrial use under Title V or 310 CMR 7, which is groundwater discharge. So they're average rates. You know, as Mr. Mitchell pointed out, I think there may be some incidental water usage as a part of testing. I don't think it's quantifiable, and it sounds like it's also recycled, so I'm not sure it would change that metric much. But those are average rates. They're based on employees, but that doesn't necessarily mean that it's employee usage. It's an average rate for industrial usage. Okay, and as I know it, that's what DEP would require.
So your water estimates are taking into account this particular usage as well as just sanitary. Is that what you're saying? Then
what I'm saying is that they're based on average industrial usage based on employees rather than based on square footage of buildings, for instance.
Right. I'm just trying to understand when DEP comes up with that number, I think it's usually based on sanitary. You've got, you know, X number of employees. You said, what, 15 gallons per employee. So I would think if that's an industrial number, then that's different than a, you know, residential number. Then I understand it. I just wanted to make sure that the numbers that you had given us on water use were in fact accurate, given that now there's a process that's using water as well.
So Bob has his hand up, and I'm sorry, Rebecca, I think he can have an answer for this. So Bob, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Cindy, to address your concern, not all of these processes will be using the groundwater that would be provided by the facility. There is equipment and there are tests that require us to use DI water. So whether it's a piece of equipment that we are using to provide the DI water, or as we currently do in our current facility, we purchase the water wholesale and run our equipment from that.
So I'm sorry, are you saying you may supplement the groundwater with water from other sources?
from using distilled water, there are some pieces of test equipment and other uses that we do have to get from another source, be a DI water that we buy at the store, or something that's shipped in to run the equipment and the tests in given time.
Okay, and would that water find its way to the wastewater treatment system?
Nope. What happens is when that happens, it goes through the filtration system that is going to be installed to repurpose everything. So the whole thing in the sustainability part that Russ is talking about, we're looking at how we can recycle and reuse as much of things as we can. So putting the filtration in our internal systems is what we're looking at doing. So that's why during the IP testing, we're installing custom filters to be able to separate the water. When we have the equipment to running the DI water, that's additional equipment that we are supplying to be able to do that. So there will not be from our existing business practice where we're dumping things down the drain.
Okay, I appreciate the explanation. Thanks.
Rebecca?
So I think somebody mentioned, and it may have been Mr. Mitchell, but that there were going to be possible testing that happened for, throughout the day and maybe into the night. Are there any sound implications to any of this that the board should be aware
of? As far as the meeting any of the sound requirements that the town's worrying about, no, there's no impulse testing or no long expensive noise that we're looking at doing. If any noise of testing that's required, believe it or not, it's mitigation that we have to take care of, because we would have our office people in the same building, so we'd be able to mitigate that. And with the construction of the panels that are proposed from Campanelli, there's also, in the design of the facility, there's sound deadening and also insulated panels. So before any sound would permeate outside of the building, we've put in remediation factors into the design of the laboratory and things like that. So that's where the interior part of the industrial size space that Mark was talking about. I've talked with Campanelli, and we've requested the insulation of those walls and the soundproofing to be able to mitigate any type of noise that could permeate during any type of test.
That's terrific. Thank you.
Just follow up on that, Bob. Does that mean can you commit that there will be no testing outdoors?
Yes, for what we do, everything for the regulatory industry needs to be done in a controlled environment. So there are things that could eventually be tested outside, but that would be an outdoor appliance if we were doing something like that. But as of right now, there are no plans, and the controlled environment, the reason for the heat pump technology, besides the efficiency, also allows us to control the environment within the building. So each of the laboratories that are in the industrial space have to have controlled temperature and humidity requirements. So that's why it's been broken up, and the design of the building as such is to be able to provide this controlled environment in our test space.
Bob, this might be something that you just can't answer, but if you could answer it, what would be an example of the amount of gallons of water per year that you might be using in testing?
Based upon the testing that we currently do and what I've been doing for 25 years, I think probably I've discharged probably less than 100 gallons of water.
Okay. And the reason why I'm harping on this so much is that if the leaching field, which I think it is in the Aquifer Protection District, then you're not allowed to discharge by zoning any industrial process water into it. So it is possible to create a tank big enough to contain your water and get it pumped out, that might be a better solution. We've made other R&D and light manufacturing businesses in town who have the same similar condition do the same thing. And for consistency's sake, I think it might be something that you might have to do. So I don't know if that is a deal breaker for you guys. I'd like to hear a little feedback on that. Is that a possibility?
Mr. Chairman, if I could just comment. So the groundwater discharge permit has restrictions. No discharge with an SIC code is allowed. It's groundwater discharge. So only sanitary waste can be discharged to the drain. So to the extent there is any so-called industrial or process waste, it has to be stored in a tight tank. Just like, as Russell pointed out, there's a tight tank to accept the floor drains in the area where there's a drive-in door, as you're familiar with under the plumbing code. So there's no industrial discharge goes to the treatment facility.
So I just want to make sure I understand this. So Bob and you guys are comfortable with the idea that if we do rain shower testing of products, that water is collected by a storm drain into a tight tank. Is that correct?
I don't think we have a choice, Mr. Chairman, under the DEP permit.
Okay. So Bob, you understand that too. So we're all on the same page here. Okay.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Sorry if I'm a little slow on the uptake.
May I follow up on that? If it's in a tight tank, is there a potential that it will have to be trucked off at some point in time? I mean, can you continually reuse it? Or so can you identify on the plan drawings where that tight tank is going to be? Is it going to be external to the building or internal to the building?
There's a tight tank currently shown at the southwest corner of the building, southeast corner where the drive-in door is located. I'm assuming that could be purposed for the same use. It's a double contained tank with an alarm system. And so when it reaches a certain level, an alarm is noted in the building and it needs to be pumped out.
And is there, you mentioned double containment, which is great. Is there also a protection on the ground because we're aware of a recent incident where a licensed hauler had issues with hydraulic fluid leaking from their truck when they're taking wastewater out, and that was fortunately contained. So do you have a similar mechanism to contain any truck that might attach to take that water away?
Well, I've never heard of that before. I mean, and DEP certainly doesn't require it. There's the waste we're describing here is just it hits a threshold that cannot be discharged to the ground. But it's essentially in the case of a floor drain in the building, it's drippings from automobiles, no different than what happens in the parking lot. It's just looked at differently under the plumbing code, as the chair will know from the building code. And so we're required to discharge it to a tight tank, and that tight tank is supposed to be pumped as necessary. What we find is they're rarely pumped because very, very little flow ever gets to them. Possibly with this particular use, there may be a little more, as Mr. Mitchell noted. There may be some small amount of water that's used in the facility that needs to get discharged to a or the tight tank. But I'm not aware of any other requirement or any other issue where that ever happened. I mean, this is essentially a pump truck that takes the material along with other septic type material and takes it to a wastewater treatment facility, a municipal wastewater treatment.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that at the hookup location or wherever the location is, a tight tank is going to be emptied to a truck, that protections are in place to ensure that if there's a leak of the water or a leak of the truck itself, that is contained.
There may be a catch basin with an oil water separator or a sand filter or some other thing that could catch an unlikely hydraulic leak on a piece of equipment. Is there anything like that that's in the stormwater management system?
There is, and I think actually, Mr. Chairman, I don't have the plan in front of me, and I can certainly look and answer beforehand, but we actually have a valve in the discharge line from the dock area, which is what the board normally requires for dock areas. Sue Carter pointed that out to us in the past, and I believe this floor drain is this tight tank's located in that same area. So I'm quite sure it's there, but I'll double check that. So
Yeah,
that might be the second means of defense.
That sounds like probably what what we would need for a solution. Okay. Any other comments from the board? Okay. So, I think, what would be productive use of our time, the rest of our time tonight with this, project? Should we, put Johanna back on and maybe have her do a rip and read of her conditions? Any thoughts?
I mean, you can. I don't know if that's productive for folks. I don't know if the board's had a chance to look at those initial drafts.
I have not.
Okay. So if you would find that productive, I mean, I'd like to add a bunch of conditions, which I haven't.
Would it be more productive if we just talk about conditions that we might have instead? And then we can augment we could review privately the decisions, those of us like me who have not reviewed it. And then so we could just talk about conditions from the board. Is that a path forward? I think that's probably the best thing to do, but I'm not hearing any concurrence with that, but I think I'd like to do that anyway. I thought I saw Kathy's hand up. Kathy, did you want to make a comment?
Only to say that, as Johanna had indicated previously, she was, if anything, perhaps more comprehensive than the circumstances of this permit would require, the conditions to be. So, I mean, it's a pretty generous menu, and I mean, we may have more to add, but I don't know if we want to read through it, but.
Well, I think your point is well taken, that we probably would be wasting everybody's time when we could review it privately at home. I think I agree with you there, but I would like to just get some ideas out for the board and for Campanelli on some of the conditions in case, and I apologize, I haven't read the draft decision, but I'm a fan of expiration dates. I think it's really unfortunate when special permits are begun and so they can't expire on their own. And I'm a big fan of setting deadlines. It sounds like we have a deadline of 3 years for this building to be built. I'm comfortable with that. We know what the building is, the intended use for the building is, but that type of building can be put to a variety of uses, and some of them really are incompatible with the Aquifer Protection District. So I'm thinking of potentially requesting that any change in use other than this company needs to come back to the board for approval. We've already talked to death the industrial processed water, but just to reiterate, no industrial processed water can be reused and then enter the sanitary sewer system. I know an addition, potential addition has been proposed, but I would prefer that the decision be one that includes only the building as under this particular building permit, and that they come back for and any addition that they propose at a later date. Definitely all the floor drains. I mean, obviously the ones in the bathrooms can go to the sanitary sewer, but any floor drains in the industrial space or in the truck bays, they have to go to a tight tank. That tight tank has to be set in a location where it can be pumped out. Preferably stormwater management catch basins and oil water separators of some kind will be nearby that location. As far as the parking lot, this one I got from the Water Resources Committee Chair. Any sanding equipment and salting equipment that are used has to use metered sanding and metered salt. He told me that might be the #1 way to help mitigate unnecessary salinity. I would like, if it's okay with Russ, if he could come back with a rough number of kilowatts for the system, or megawatts if they get that high, and a condition timeline, which is that Campanelli's comfortable with for putting the solar panels that are proposed on the ceiling. And I'd like to be kept up to date with the source of the existing PFAS. So, let's try and find the location of it and mitigate it. So those are my conditions. I haven't read the decision. Sorry, Johanna, but maybe some of the other board members have some conditions that if this thing. Oh, there was one other one, and that's aesthetics. It looks like, your garden variety Amazon center, and it doesn't look like it belongs in the office park district, and particularly not one that is so lovely as this particular location. So I would like to see some what we could do to dress this building up a little, and maybe already discussed bricks, maybe change other materials, maybe some windows. But that's all I've got. So is there any other board member that has any conditions that they would see if we decide to approve this project that they'd like to see?
I do have my list. It's fairly lengthy, so I don't know if you want to. I can talk them through. Some of them are already in there, but I'm happy to mention them tonight if that's helpful.
Well, I think we should all be thinking about your conditions, because we're going to have to vote them. So
okay. Okay, so again, these are a little bit randomly organized here. I believe it's already in there, but about snow removal limited to the areas shown on plan. No de-icing chemicals. So hours of operation, I'm not sure if the board wants to limit the hours of operation to the standard business hours of 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. and what provisions we can add about occasional attendance outside of those hours. So I don't know if the board has any thoughts on how to frame that, but I think we ought to identify what the limit of operation for standard business hours should be.
Well, I think we should leave it to the applicant. Tell us what your hours of operation are going to be, give yourself flexibility, and then give us the staffing levels when you're on off-peak hours. It sounded like 10% would be more than what they need. So if they could just tell us the hours of operation, we could go with 10% and just call it a done deal.
Okay.
Just thinking out loud. Just thinking out loud.
Yeah. Sorry, was there a response from anyone else on that? Okay. I think we talked about dark sky compliant lighting, and there's a potential to use timers relative to any of the security lighting, or something that would, dim lighting when it's not in full use, and maybe have some kind of motion sensors or timers to be used, so that there's a minimal amount of lighting. If that's an option. Relative to traffic and parking, upon completion of the peer traffic review, implementation of their recommendations for a transportation management plan, and any other recommendations. I know the special permit included, I think, some recommendations for bike racks, pedestrian access, limitation on truck traffic. Again, we need the traffic report to do this. We've already talked about additional infrastructure for additional EV charging stations. And I'd also like consideration at some point, and perhaps not with this application, but some sort of parking shuttle service within the park to reduce the number of trips. But that would be under the traffic demand management plan. Under MIPA, I think I already mentioned, coordinate with MIPA and provide the planning board with any correspondence, and also if the project files a notice of project change with MIPA to provide that to the planning board. We already talked about hazardous materials. It's subject to the storage and disposal of hazardous materials in the Aquifer Protection District under Section 7004. Compliance with the Board of Health regulations on storage under the groundwater protection regulations. Emergency management plan should be on file with the fire department. I think Johanna might have captured it already, but there were some other requirements in Jim Gareffi's email from the Board of Health. So we just need to make sure those are all incorporated. See, wetlands and habitat, just verify that the project is in compliance with Wetlands Protection Act, and I think you're waiting on a determination from the Conservation Commission. So please update the planning board on that. And presumably there'll be no impacts to the riverfront area as a result of your filing with the CONSCOM. And presumably no impacts to habitat as a result of that. I think we already identified that the A&R plan should show cross easements. That was a comment from the consulting engineer. Comply with the commitments for drainage structures as identified in your drainage reports. I think there was mention of directing the drainage from the rooftops into the stormwater management system. So I wasn't quite sure what the language was there, but make sure that that's in there. I think Mark already mentioned no expansion of the gross floor area or footprint of the building will be allowed without a request for modification of the site plan approval or a new site plan application. No discharge of processed water into the wastewater treatment system. Let's see, any processed water must be tight tanked and removed by a licensed waste hauler. No chemical or biological materials shall be tested at the site. The applicant shall demonstrate how PFAS has been remediated at the source and that drinking water at the facility complies with all state and local standards and requirements. Applicant shall minimize water consumption for landscaping by use of drought tolerant vegetation and other sustainable practices. Planning board should be notified of any easements for water lines or other utilities down Beaverbrook Road to serve other entities at the time such easement is either proposed or granted. What language you want to use there, but we do want to be informed. Again, about the architectural details, not sure how to frame this as a condition, but the intent is to make the building more compatible with the surrounding area by incorporating appropriate architectural details and incorporating some recommendations from the advice that we got from the design review board. Landscaping, I think we've already talked about. Identify that no natural gas will be used for power. If the applicant or future owner determines a natural gas connection is required, the planning board shall be notified. I think you indicated there will be no backup emergency generation, but I had a condition, any backup or emergency generation requiring diesel or other fuel will be permitted by the appropriate state or local entities and shall meet all applicable state and local regulations for air quality, noise, or other emissions. I think we already talked about conditions regarding the solar. My suggestion was report to the planning board when the installation is complete and any increase in solar power and reduction. Sorry, that's not well formed yet. If the town becomes a green community, I do believe we start to track power generation and any reduction in energy. So that's sort of a future condition. I think I need to formulate that more thoroughly. Solar panels shall not exceed the overall approved building height. And all solar panels shall be screened from view from ground level. Regarding noise, must be in compliance with DEP noise guidelines and no exterior testing that would be audible. Again, either in compliance with DEP noise guidelines or some statement about exterior testing being audible. Compliance with the most current building stretch code. I know there was a new issuance of the 225 CMR 23 for commercial buildings. So I think that automatically happens if the town adopts the stretch code. I think I asked earlier if the building was going to be LEED certified, and I believe it was told it was not going to have a LEED rating, but if it is, could the applicant provide what the equivalent LEED certified rating would be? Incorporate all recommendations from Places Associates, consulting engineer, and must meet the operational and restoration standards and the requirements of Section 5 of the earth removal bylaw, and demonstration that the standards have been met during and after construction, and must meet the earth removal rules and regulations, including operation compliance and restoration provisions. And I think Mark already covered, the planning board shall be notified if there is a change in tenant or occupancy or use. So that was a very long list, but that was my list to date.
So you both covered pretty much everything on my list, but I did want to add to your native comment, Cindy, that lawn area should be reduced wherever possible, and native plant materials used in its place to reduce irrigation requirements, and no chemical fertilizers should be used on the property.
Okay, anybody else? All right, hearing none.
Hold on. I just want to chime in on one thing. I don't know why we don't just say no salt, because that's really, we don't want salt, and plenty of places don't allow salt. And if we don't want salt, just say no salt. And I don't think there's a big problem there, because salt is just a pain in the neck anyway. Sand is fine, works in a lot of places, so we could consider that. And the other one on light is all over Europe, they turn off the lights at 11 o'clock at night, pretty much everywhere, even in industrial complexes. So some way for them to have as few lights on as possible, because you really don't need them. And as long as you don't need more for safety than the minimum, then reduce the lights. Those are my only points that have already been raised. But some of the other ones, I think, like what the building looks like, I don't feel particularly strongly about that. This is a commercial area. It's an industrial park, for God's sakes. And, it's not like it's Main Street where people are going to be driving by it every day. I don't think it needs to be as compliant, but remember that it's going to take 4 votes to get this through. So my vote, my opinion here doesn't necessarily matter very much. So that's all.
It matters if you vote no. So your vote matters.
Okay. That's all I got to say.
Thanks, Mark. As far as the salt goes, I think if I'm worried about it as a safety issue, icing, but I would love to get rid of it, but I need to study it more, I think.
Well, Cindy said something, no de-icer, and what's salt? Salt is a de-icer.
Right. I don't agree for a parking lot for safety's sake, but I think it's a necessary evil, but I might be wrong.
I never salt my lot, ever. So
Yeah, could Sue weigh in on this? Because I know sand might have its own implications. So
Go ahead, Sue.
A lot of times you'll see no sodium-based de-icers because there's some organic ones that are being used for de-icing. So the main thing is the sodium-based ones. And some of the DPWs now are using like a brine, which is non-sodium based. So I think I don't think you want to tie their hands for future references, especially if, you end up with an ice storm. You don't want to be the reason why they couldn't put down the appropriate de-icer.
Thanks, Sue. Johanna?
We had offered in our draft conditions, just for the board's information, condition 14 is no sodium-based de-icers shall be used for on-site snow or ice management. So we did already try to address that.
That's great. Thank you very much. And so that's what happens when I don't read the decision before I start mouthing off. So thank you. Okay. So what are we looking for the next meeting? Because I think we might be getting pretty close. Is there anything that we need for the next meeting in order to make a decision? I think we talked about a traffic study, right? Is there anything else?
I'm hearing from several board members that another architectural pass maybe on making this a bit more suitable to the neighboring buildings.
I'd like to make that request as well. So I'm requesting that of the applicant as well.
Let me just
Okay,
comment.
is there anything else?
Mark, let me just comment on the architecture for just a moment. Our architect was not able to be here tonight, but what I can just let this board know, and we will look at this and see if there's something we can do. But as mentioned in our very first hearing, this building is a state-of-the-art energy efficient building. It is a testing and compliance and a training facility for TUV, and it follows their national protocol. The exterior skin that's been selected for this building is more durable on the interior of the building than a brick wall would be, and it is significantly more sound attenuant and significantly more insulating value. I get that there's sensitivities towards brick. I also understand the original guidelines of the design intent. We don't have in this community a design guideline for an industrial park or an office park. You do have guidelines for village architecture and business, one district and in a business district. This is a state-of-the-art building. We live in 2022. Those buildings in the park are office buildings. This is not an office building. This has office uses. This has lab uses, which has very sensitive privacy issues. This is an industrial logistics building that moves products in and out and has equipment that needs to be stored in particular areas. Parts of this building is light sensitive. A lot of the comments are just general comments of subjectivity by members that aren't necessarily architectural experts. So we will have our architect talk about these things, but this is a very well designed building for this use in this park. Other buildings like this in other business parks are being built out of materials very similar to this. You don't see science and life science buildings being built out of brick any longer. It's just not an energy efficient, compliant building to high base spaces. We have used the metal panel that's used on the building. We have used the cornice line that's on the building. We have used the cornice motifs that are on the existing buildings, but no one's noticed that. So we will revisit this, but I want to point out that whoever has an emotional attachment to brick is not looking at the other aspects of this project. There is extensive vegetation that buffers this building, very mature vegetation. There's 140 trees between this building and the roadway.
Hey, Russ, we know how many trees are in the space. I don't want to get off topic on the building, okay?
Sure.
We were talking about you guys not telling you that you need to give us brick, but we were saying we don't like the look of it, okay? And we're asking you if, you know, you're correct that none of us are architects except Rebecca is a landscape architect, but we're asking you to think of a way to change the appearance of the building to make it more compatible. We didn't say you had to use brick. Okay, although we're missing the brick, we love the brick, and we get it that brick's expensive and you don't want to use it. I also agree that brick is not as durable as people think it is. I deal with many buildings after 100 years where the facades are ready to collapse and they can be dangerous and other things. But yeah, we're asking you to take another look. Can you take another look at the outside of that building?
We certainly will.
All right, thank you. Okay, is that it? Why don't we make a motion to continue this, and then we'll put the last of the, I'll review Johanna's thing like I should have, and then I'll add my conditions and what I heard from the other two members to it, and we'll get ready to see where we're at the next meeting. Cindy.
Mr. Chair, is it helpful if we take another pass at revising the draft decisions, or is this in the board's hands now? I mean, we're happy to, incorporate what we've heard tonight from members of the board, and take another pass through draft conditions, but again, only if it's welcome and helpful.
Johanna, that's why I wanted us to read them, because I wasn't going to make you do it, but I was sure hoping you were taking notes and you were going to do it. So if you want to,
taking notes, so if you'd like me to do it, I'm happy to do it.
That was sort of going to be my comment was, are we now going to take control of this document? Because I had some comments on the document itself outside of the conditions, but if Campanelli would like to take another whack at the document, then at some point we're going to need to take control of the document. So I just want to know when that's going to be, so that.
Why don't we take control of the after the vote, so we have 90 days to fix it. All we need to do is get them to agree to our basic high level terms, and then we can, once we vote, then we have 90 days to rewrite the whole thing if we want to. And in the interim, I'm thinking maybe send Tracy any comments that did not get captured, and she can ship them off to Johanna. And then does that sound like something we can do, Cindy? I shouldn't talk like a dictator. Is that something we can, is that okay?
Well, again, comparing version 1 to version 2 to my version, to anyone else's version, we start to not lose control, but, you start to miss things. So I'm happy to let Campanelli take another whack at it at some point. I think we should take control of the document probably before we vote, but maybe that, I understand what you're saying, Mark. So to move this forward, I guess at this point, it sounds like Campanelli is willing to take another whack at it. I'm okay with that.
It sounded like you had an excellent comprehensive list that you might even have been reading from. And if that's something that you want to provide to us through Tracy, that would make it much easier to make sure that I didn't miss anything. I was writing fast and furious.
Yeah, I know. I was speaking quickly, and I figured I would make it available. So sure, I can put together. I mean, not all of those conditions were fully formulated. Some of them were, half baked. But
well, even some themes, I think,
okay.
Just to make sure that we're sufficiently inclusive, that would be terrific.
So, Mark, can I suggest that we send all of our conditions, the ones that you read, the one that Rebecca read, and any other that Mark or Kathleen have, to Tracy, to then forward on to Campanelli?
Yeah, I think that would be great.
Okay, and by what date? Today is Monday. By
Friday.
By Friday, everybody send their conditions. Okay.
And then I think we'll be pretty close. We'll see what Russ comes up with for a front facade for this building. Okay, should we continue this?
Just a point of clarification, do you want to see just the front or the side elevations as well? I'm assuming it might trickle around the building, Mark.
Oh, yeah. Tell us what we should have, Rebecca. You want 4 sides?
It might be helpful to see the 4 sides.
4 sides. Okay. Okay. So should we continue this to a time and date certain?
I would like to make a motion to continue this hearing until, what's our next?
You have Codman Hill on the November 7th agenda at 7:15.
Okay, let's say to What date was that again? November?
November
7th.
7th.
Continued to November 7th at 7:30.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. So moved by Mark, second by Kathleen. Any discussion? Hearing none. Cindy Markowitz,
Markowitz, aye.
Rebecca Byrne,
Turner, I.
Kathy Vorse,
Vorth, aye.
Mark White,
White eye.
and Mark Barbadoro, aye. All right, thanks, Campanelli. I think we're very, very, very close. So thank you for your patience.
Thank you.
Thanks for the time.
Good night.
Okay, Adam,
Yes.
we have, I don't know if you had a chance to get my email, but you had helped us with the recodification. You put in some language. There was some questions about it. And I think our consultants removed that language and we have it back. But now I really owe it to the people who are concerned about it to get an explanation. And in terms of funding, I did not ask, because of the short notice, ask if we could use the legal budget, but we have a consulting budget. So we'll just use our consulting budget and pay your standard rate for your time for this. If you have time to just answer a couple questions about your comments on the recodification. Is that okay with you? Sorry to put you on the spot.
No, that's fine. I'm just trying to, it's been a while because I reviewed the recodification when it was proposed for a previous town meeting. So I'm just trying to pull up the document. I did get your email as things got underway tonight. I've tried to look at it intermittently as I've been listening along tonight, particularly during your first hearing. But let me just find that I had it open a moment ago, and happy to try to answer what I can on the spot. And then if you have further questions, then
well, I also talked with our clerk, and I think she might be able to put up on the screen stuff that might help you. So we're gonna do that, and if it's more beneficial, use what you see on your screen. Cindy, can you do that? Can you share your screen?
Yeah, I can. I just want to make sure I share the correct version. So here's the iterations. Adam commented on a version dated February 24th. So I have that version with his comments in the margin. And this is primarily with regard to the section on non-conforming uses where the question came up. Barrett Planning Group created a version dated March 25th, which I also have available to share, that has the revised language based on Adam's February 24th comments. Barrett Planning Group, for some reason, removed those with this latest version, even though, from my understanding, they agreed with, well, they either asked Adam or agreed that Adam's comments should stay in. So I think the most current version took away the comments, but I think their intent was to leave them in. So I got a little confused by that. So which versions do you want to see? I'm happy to bring them all up.
Why don't you bring up the one with Adam's own language in it?
Okay.
He might remember that language. I bet you it will kind of jump out at him because he probably grabbed it off of some case law or something else.
So what you're talking about here is not in our packet?
That's correct.
Okay. Because everything I've got in my packet is dated October 4th.
All right. Do you have a recodification that you all are looking at, a version of the recodification that you're looking at?
I thought you were going to put it up.
Yeah, I know, but did you all know that that was in your packet? I guess was my question.
I did not know.
Okay.
That what was in our packet?
A version of the recodification was in your packet.
Yes.
Where?
Yeah.
There's a legal notice. There's the version of the document and then the index.
Oh, there it is.
change.
Yeah. Okay, so, but they're all dated October 4th.
Okay, so we're going to get into some version problems here. So this is the February version that Adam actually created or added to the red line and made comments to change the section on non-conforming use structures. So this is new language here. This section 4.31 is new or different than what you'll see in the current zoning bylaw. So Barrett Planning Group took this, put this in the March 25th version. So that was what we were using. And then in the next version, when we asked them to explain it, for some reason, they took it back out and went back to the old language. So I guess we'd like Adam to explain the reasons for these changes on this particular section, on the non-conforming use.
So, so what I can try and do is I can try and provide some greater explanation as to my comments. What I did with the recodified zoning bylaw, and it's what I was asked to do back whenever it was, February, March, was not to necessarily redline the document. That was why you engaged a third-party consultant to prepare the recodified bylaw, but to review it for any glaring errors or omissions or things that were of concern to me, with a particular focus on what was different from the existing bylaw. Much of the recodification effort, as I understand it, and I've worked with Judy Barrett in a number of different communities and others at her firm. And so I had an understanding of the manner in which they recodify bylaws. Much of it is more organizational, with occasional substantive changes as directed by the community or to bring a bylaw into compliance with current law. And what I see often with their recodifications, and frankly, all recodifications, even the ones that I've undertaken, is a substantial rewrite or adjustment to the section of the bylaw, the chapter of the bylaw that deals with nonconformities. Because the law of nonconformities is very different today than it was 20 years ago, and it was different 20 years ago than it was a decade before that. And so, and much of those changes, none of them are statutory, with the exception of maybe one I can think of within the past 8 or 10 years. Every other change to the rules of non-conforming uses and structures is a consequence of case law. So what I did when I reviewed the section that was now reorganized by Barrett Planning Group is I just made some comments. I didn't attempt to rewrite it. I just wanted to highlight for the board, because I knew there were so many changes that had been made to this section, highlight for the board how it differs from what's currently in existence. Doesn't mean it's better, doesn't mean it's worse. It is just different. And that's important, maybe to some degree to the planning board, to a great degree, I would think, to the building official and to the zoning board, which deal with nonconformities, I imagine, with some frequency. So, for example, you can see my comment here in the first section, 4.3.1, which has now been entitled General, and it's dealing with just the general introductory protections provided to nonconforming uses and structures. And it mimics the language of the statute, except as otherwise provided, the bylaw doesn't apply to structures or uses that are lawfully in existence or which have lawfully been begun, commenced, or to building permits or special permits that have been issued prior to the first publication of notice of the public hearing on a bylaw or a bylaw amendment. That's straight from the statute. So that introductory section is fine. I would expect to see it here. And then it provides exceptions. It says, however, this bylaw shall apply to, and then we have this list of A, B, C, and D, the things that the bylaw does apply to, subject, of course, to the later provisions of this section 4.3, which talks about how it applies and what the standard is for it applying. But this 4.3.1 talks about what the bylaw is going to apply to. Even if you've got a protected use or a protected structure that was lawfully in existence or lawfully begun or was in accordance with an existing building permit or special permit, if you make A, a change or substantial extension to the use, or B, the building permit or special permit is issued after the first notice of the public hearing, or C, you're reconstructing, extending, or making a structural change to a non-conforming structure, or D, you're altering a structure that was begun after the first notice of the public hearing, and that alteration is to provide for a use for a substantially different purpose, or for the same purpose in a substantially different manner, or for the same purpose to a substantially greater extent, then it applies, except where the alteration, reconstruction, extension, or structural change is to a single or a two-family residential structure, and you're not increasing the non-conforming nature of the structure. Now, that's all a mouthful, but the reality is it is consistent with the statute. The statute gives municipalities the ability to, it provides a baseline of protection for existing structures and uses. It allows municipalities to regulate changes or substantial extensions or reconstructions of those uses and structures. And then it gives the municipality the authority to provide some greater protection to single and two-family structures if you're not increasing the non-conforming nature of the structure. So I don't have any issue with the way that 4.3.1 is structured. My comments were simply highlighting some omissions that exist, omissions of things that presently exist in your bylaw. And again, I'm not saying that they shouldn't be omitted. I'm just highlighting for you that they have been. So for example, section 4203 of your existing bylaw prohibits extensions of non-conforming structures to more than 100% in excess of the area existing upon bylaw adoption. And I just printed out the existing bylaw, so I don't have too many windows open on my screen here as I'm trying to follow along. And 4203 says, no change, alteration, or extension of any non-conforming use or structure shall result in an extension of the structure or an increase in the use to more than 100% in excess of the gross floor area of the structure or of the total area of the use existing or begun when this bylaw was adopted. So that more, I guess I'll call it stringent, I think that's probably the right word, that more stringent restriction does not exist here. Now, we go on to talk about relief being required for changes or extensions when we get further down in this recodified bylaw. To scroll down just a couple of lines here, 4.3.2 talks about pre-existing non-conforming structures or uses can be extended or altered. So look up above, that was one of the exemptions where we said the bylaw is going to apply. 4.3.1C applies to structures, 4.3.1A applies to uses. We said if you're changing or extending your use, if you're reconstructing, extending, or making a structural change to your structure, the bylaw applies. However, 4.3.2 says that you can make those extensions or alterations, provided that no extension or alteration is permitted absent a finding by the ZBA that it won't be substantially more detrimental to the neighborhood. So that's, again, a standard test that exists in statute that's now being adopted and incorporated into your bylaw. But to go back to my comment, 4203, you allow that presently, but you place this additional restriction on extensions of non-conforming structures to no more than 100% in excess of the area that already exists. So that doesn't exist anymore in this recodified version. Again, not necessarily a good thing or a bad thing. That's up to you as a planning board in your recommendation. That's up to town meeting and deciding what it wants to do. But I highlighted it because I just wanted to bring it to the board's attention, given the difference. Similarly, 4206, lapse of the protection afforded nonconformities. 4206 presently reads, wherever a lawful nonconforming use or structure has not been used as such for 24 consecutive months or more, it shall not be resumed or reestablished, and all future uses shall comply or shall conform to this bylaw. And that provision is not in the recodified version of the bylaw. I'm looking to make sure I didn't miss that. That's correct.
So some of the question is who eliminated those? Was that a Barrett Planning Group request, or I guess we don't know who eliminated. I thought maybe it came from you, Adam, but
no. So I didn't make any changes. I made no red line changes to the actual text. All I did was I reviewed the bylaw and I annotated it by making comments in the margin where I thought something should be brought to the attention either of Barrett Planning Group or the board, or really both of you in your continued negotiation of a recodified bylaw. So I certainly eliminated nothing from the bylaw. My guess is that what Barrett Planning Group did is what it does in many communities where it's recodifying a bylaw. It looked at a section that deals with nonconformities that really is not very well structured, that is sort of out of date, that is maybe a bit more complex than what is typically seen. And it replaced that in its entirety with kind of a standard or a boilerplate section of a bylaw dealing with non-conforming uses and structures. And maybe that's okay with you. Maybe you say, well, this is how most communities are doing it. We'll do it the same way. Certainly, they provided plenty of protections here in terms of authority to issue findings or grant special permits. But maybe you don't want to do that. Maybe you want to say, well, listen, there was a reason for some of these more stringent requirements in our bylaw. We want to preserve some of them or all of them or none of them. And that's why I was bringing them to your attention again, because they're not there. So again, 4206, that lapse provision doesn't exist anymore. Some communities have it, other communities don't have it, but it doesn't exist in the recodified version.
I just got to chime in on this. So no, Adam didn't take these things out. This was taken out by Barrett Planning Group. The ZBA, when we reviewed this, we said, well, where'd these things go? And then we've been asking ever since. And so what Adam's raising here is, I mean, they're more restrictive because the town voted these into being once upon a time. And so the whole precept here was that we weren't going to change what the meaning of the bylaw. We were just going to rearrange the words. So, I mean, I guess my question to Adam is if you eliminate these sections like you've highlighted here, does that change the meaning of the bylaw? If it does, then that wasn't what we had in mind. It's my understanding.
So
I thought that I was worried about two things. One, when the lawyer says you need something, you should really, really take it to heart and do it. But now that I see that some of these things seem more like optional, like we have an abandonment provision that we just described, abandonment and non-use. It's terribly written, but it's as long as it's as long as it is legal, as long as we're not going to be sending our building commissioner out to issue violations to something that would be a problem, then I think we should leave it the way it is and maybe try and clean it up next year. Bring it to the ZBA, see what they think about it.
Well, and also bring it to a full town meeting, A, and B, don't present this as a simple structural rearrangement of words. This is a rewrite. When you take meaningful language out, it's not the same bylaw anymore. And that's how we instructed Barrett Planning to do it, A, and that was my understanding of what we were presenting to the town as finished product. I mean, and that was what worried me from the very beginning when we found that these things were missing. I'm like, well, what else is missing? I mean, this was all of our worry. I mean, this is why we all spent the time on it that we have. So, and my problem now is I don't know is this the most recent form, this Word document that we're looking at now, this 2/24/22?
No, it's not.
Okay, so, and that's been the problem with this all along too, is none of us ever seem to know what document we're looking at.
Well,
Which version is it?
I think I have a handle on that. So, but what I just want to make sure we've got Adam here. We should just see if there's something that he thinks must be in this bylaw that was called out that we must change.
No, he didn't say that. That's not what he said. He said you guys can do whatever you want.
Right. So I'm asking him a direct question.
Let me give you an example, because this is, non-conforming uses and structures is one of the topics in zoning that is really unlike any other, because you've got Chapter 48, Section 6, which is a section of the Zoning Act that generally governs nonconformities, uses and structures and lots, and provides a baseline of protection. And certainly as a municipality, if your bylaw was absolutely silent on nonconformities, then that baseline of protection would apply. Because even when you adopt an ordinance or a bylaw, you can't provide lesser protection than the state has determined must exist as a matter of statute. But then, either as a consequence of the explicit language of Chapter 48, Section 6, or as a consequence of the case law that has interpreted it and reinterpreted it over the course of 45, 50 years, you have a menu from which to choose how you would like to further regulate or permit nonconformity. So I work in some communities that have more forgiving provisions. They offer greater protections to non-conforming structures. I've got others that mimic the baseline protection provided in state statute and then get more specific about how they're going to allow for deviations through certain tools like findings and special permits, or in some cases, administrative reviews internally. So, one perfect example here, and it was the one we were just discussing, Section 4206, the lapse provision. So I'm going to read you Chapter 48, Section 6, State Statute, Paragraph 3, single sentence. It reads, a zoning ordinance or bylaw may define and regulate nonconforming uses and structures abandoned or not used for a period of 2 years or more. So that sentence is important for several reasons. One, it says may, so it's not requiring or obligating municipalities to regulate nonconformities if they have been abandoned or not used for a period of 2 years or more, but it's giving you the ability to do so. And then number two, it's using two separate terms, abandoned or not used, which have been litigated ad nauseum until finally the appellate courts determined that they have different meanings. And so some bylaws have the term abandoned, some bylaws have the term not used, some bylaws use both terms, some bylaws use neither term. And as a result of the term you choose, that dictates the extent to which you have the authority to regulate a nonconformity after the passage of 2 or more years, based upon all the factors, because abandonment is different than non-use. And so your current bylaw language is less than ideal. It at least chooses one of these terms. It chooses the term non-use. And it talks about when a lawful non-conforming use or structure has not been used as such for 24 consecutive months or more, it shall not be resumed or reestablished, and all future uses shall conform to this bylaw. Now, I can think of a few tweaks that would make that a bit clearer and more consistent with provisions I've seen in other communities. But as the recodified version of the bylaw stands now, at least the one we're looking at on the screen, that provision's not in there, unless I missed it, unless it's somewhere else. It's not in the section 4.3. So if the intention is to preserve that control, or some degree of that control, we want to work it back in. And again, the same may go for 4203 regarding limitation on the expansion of non-conforming structures. 4207 deals with resumption of converted non-conforming use. 4208 deals with rebuilding after fire or casualty. That one might be covered by the reconstruction provisions, but it certainly isn't addressed explicitly as some bylaws choose to do. 4209 deals with substantial completion of reconstruction. That's not addressed either. So if the objective here is to, yes, we want to rewrite section 4200, now for 4.3, to address non-conforming uses and structures more clearly, but we don't, unless we need to, because it would be in violation of law, we don't want to lose any of the current provisions. That's not exactly what this recodification, at least of section 4.3, achieves, because there are some provisions missing. And I can't speak to why Barrett Planning Group did that, other than to try and simplify things. But that's why I pointed out the omissions, because if it does change how this bylaw would apply.
I also have a question. Cindy, is that your page that's being displayed?
Yes.
Can you go down to the very last line in 4.3.2?
Oops, sorry.
It says, it is the purpose of this bylaw to discourage the perpetuity of non-conforming uses and structures when possible. Was that adopted as an amendment to the bylaw at some point in time when I wasn't paying attention? Because
It's the end of 4206. Pretty much. No, actually, it's not.
yeah, because that's a substantial change of the bylaw. And this all predated my participation on the board, but just the appearance of that with no other explanation causes me to give this a vote of non-confidence, especially after hearing about the things that Adam finds missing elsewhere.
So good news, bad news, I'll just say. So as I was going through this version, and then, I'll see this note up here from Tyler. Some PB members expressed concerns that the standard language from Bob represents a substantial change. So this is likely the only section where that was tinkered with this new language. I mean, I did do that whole index and went through and really didn't find anything else. But now that I see it wasn't Adam, it was Bob who inserted this language. So that helps kind of clarify in my mind. But I also want to give you guys some comfort that I didn't see any wholesale changes like this anywhere else when I went through my review. So the most current version actually goes back to the old language, the version that we got last week, September 28th version, has all the old zoning language in it. I don't know if they're planning meant to do that or not, but again, just for comfort's sake, I other than this non-conforming use section, I think everything else was pretty much intact.
Well, this is where the ZBA spent, as much time as the planning board spent picking apart, particularly this section. And we flagged all of this and we never heard back. And here we are tonight talking about it. And it's still unclear as to what we're looking at for the final language. But in this document here, these issues persist. I guess that's the only best way I can put it.
But this is not our most recent version.
So why the hell are we looking at it?
Yep. Look at the most recent version.
So I'm going to bring that up.
Jesus, I mean.
Yeah, it hasn't been easy.
Well, no, I know, and it's not your fault. It's not our fault.
No.
I mean, again, I blame Barrett Planning for this. I mean, geez.
The latest version is in the Dropbox under codification.
Yeah, I'll bring it up for everybody. I'm just going to go to the same place in the latest version. There we go.
So revised 9090222. I mean, I look at these things and I see what the dates are on them. That's how I know what's
right
revised. But I mean, this one says October 4th. So is that's the latest version?
I'm not sure where you're getting October 4th. I say 9/20/28 is on the name of the file, right? Oops, sorry.
Date modified was October 4th. See what date created says. October 4th.
Oh, do I not? I have a file named September 28th. Was there one since then, Tracy? Then now I'm.
No, there isn't.
Oh, no, what I have is an Excel. This is Excel. Okay, so what's in the Dropbox, I'm looking at codification. There's 3 documents.
Yeah, there's the latest version, and then there's a Excel spreadsheet of the changes.
Right.
And then there's the public hearing notice.
Okay, so the ZBL 9/28/22.
Correct.
Right, so that's what we're looking at now, and this has gone back to the language that was in the original bylaw before we made any changes. So the most current version has all the old language. Instead of being numbered 4201, we start with 4.3.1, and that language is almost verbatim.
Right, so 4.3, let's go for that 4. How come? And it's not even hot linked. It's like, it's not,
So this should mirror what you guys have for your.
yeah, 0.1. Let me just see here. Here it is. Okay, so now let's see, general. So that looks like yours. So the thing is, Cindy, I'm looking at a PDF and you're looking at a Word doc.
Yeah.
And so basically now we're saying they're the same thing and you can edit and I just can't. That's all. That's fine.
This is exactly the language that was 4201 through 4209, right? And those numbers match up to these.
See, I would have felt better if I'd been looking at this, right, with Adam's notes calling out what things were supposed to be and what things weren't. But
Well, for what it's worth,
Yeah.
I wouldn't have had any notes on this version because literally, and I'm looking at it on screen real time, it looks like it is verbatim what you've currently got in your bylaw with new numbers. And in fact, it doesn't even make a ton of sense because section 4.3.1 has a subtitle of general, suggesting that maybe there's going to be some better, at least some better organization of this nonconformities section. But then it just launches into 432, 433, all the way down the line, and there's no further subheadings and no reorganization.
So they went back to the original is what they did.
Yeah, it's kind of the extremes here. It's either exactly what you currently have, or it's something that is changed not only for better organization, but substantively as well. So.
Right, and that wasn't the guidance they gave us in the index. They said, "Oh, we're sticking with the new language because Adam thought it was better." So there was a disconnect here, and but what you're looking at is the original language with no
Well, I
change.
feel safer with this. Let's put it
Yeah.
that.
Yeah.
Okay, it doesn't accomplish the goal that we set out to accomplish, at least in this section, but this is just one section. If the rest of it works, then I'm happy to just keep this the way that it was.
Well, to your point, now I have to go back and bet that everything else changed. I mean, I started to do that today, but it's been really not a helpful process, and it's unfortunate. Consultants.
This raises all great issues, and Adam, thank you, because there's a lot of things that could use changes here, and I think we've recognized that. At least I know the ZBA has, and I'm sure the planning board has too. I mean, we've seen things that didn't make sense, but that was supposed to be like round two. First, we were supposed to smack this thing into a different shape and form so it was easier to modify and made sense. And then we'd circle back with all the things that we tripped on as we read it multiple times, and then come back and say, well, okay, well, let's fix this. And that we, take to an annual town meeting, and maybe we wouldn't bite off big bites. Maybe we'd bite smaller bites and just kind of circle back through it. But
well, I think this version may look a lot like the original bylaw with just the organizational changes. So if you put back the zoning language that was and didn't touch it,
right,
but did all the other fixes, this version should reflect that.
And this
so
is what Michael went through, and he came back and said, yeah, that's better. Everything's back because it's back because they didn't change it. They haven't done anything.
So I have a legal question. How much should they be paid for the scramble that they, and I'm serious. What is the quantum merit here? Because they have put you through hell on this.
It was a lot of work. I mean, with the amount of work that Cindy's done, she probably could have done it herself.
And they fed you back.
Well, you can ask Tracy. There was budget left before we started this last kick. Is there any? Did they charge us for the last iteration, Tracy? And is there budget left?
I would have, I don't want to quote a figure because I can't remember off the top of my head, but there is some budget left, and I have not gotten another invoice.
And not. Okay. I'm happy with what I'm seeing here. I just,
well,
I didn't really want to spend the time digging into it because I didn't know what I was looking at, which version it is. Was it?
Well, I needed to be sure that the lawyer had vetted it and said that this is something that we can put forth. All right. Because when it changed again, and it changed after they had blamed Adam for the changes, then I was scared because that could have meant that what we have is something that was not approved by the lawyer. So that's why I asked Adam to stick around for this portion of it. But this is what the ZBA wants to see. They had concerns. I think we can work on non-conforming uses and structures another year. We don't have to do it now. It's all renumbered. It's all going to fit in with the rest of the bylaw, or Cindy's going to make sure.
What am I getting paid? Where do I submit my invoice?
We have to be careful how we represent it to the town. If we represent that there's no substantive changes, this is just formatting.
Right.
We better make sure that that's all it is.
That's exactly been my problem with this right from the
Right.
get.
And that one line jumped up, I mean, it is gone, so I feel
Right.
better now,
Well, I
but
mean, but there was more than one line jumped up along the way. Okay, that
Yeah.
was not the only line. There was many lines like that that led me to believe, well, okay, then, and then we all went back. We did our comments. We sent them to Barrett Planning, and then at least the ZBA, we never heard anything back. Period. And then I don't know.
So you notice there's a couple of footnotes in here that are questions for the board. And they still had a few questions for us to answer, like, do we want to go with the lapse, of 2 years or 3 years? Do we agree that 14 days, even though Adam says it's not mandatory, do we want to go with that? So there's still some baked in questions, and they left these footnotes in here, so I went ahead and highlighted them that aren't supposed to be in the final version.
So the law changed, but we don't have to abide by it. It's not mandatory. So we can keep it at 2. And I kind of like it at 2, because to me, it's the doom of the special permit process that once something is begun, that it can just linger. So I love, hard stops.
Well, so we can go through at least their footnote, because again, I tried to highlight where they still had some questions for us, and we can try and answer those tonight.
No changes. We should.
yeah, we can't, I'm with Mark.
I'm not going to support this at town meeting. We can't be making any substantive changes. That's what we said we were doing. That's what we've been working to get done. No changes.
Right. Well, let's hear what the comments are and decide what are changes and then what are just cleanup, and then let's just move forward. Is there anything there that you want to look at, Cindy?
Well, I'm just kind of going through the highlights where they identified questions, like that footnote. Sorry. I'm sorry. I'm scrolling ugly here. All right. So 2.2.2 use variances. Says this shall not grant. I'm assuming that is in our zoning bylaw somewhere already. And then the question Tyler asked was, bylaw doesn't need to say it, only needs to address use variances. The town wants the ZBA to be able to grant them.
It's currently in section 9101 of your existing bylaw.
Thanks, Adam.
So I say it needs to stay. That's not the purpose of this.
Well, I think we all agree on that. They're asking questions, do you want to change it? And the answer is no, we want to keep it the
Well, you
same.
see, okay, so this is kind of a good example. Is if removing it doesn't change fundamentally the way it works, and it makes the bylaw more comprehensible, then I'm okay with it.
It does change it, though. If you say you shall not grant use variances, but you say you grant variances, then you can grant use variances.
I think that if I can offer a comment, so I think the reason this comment is being made by Barrett Planning Group or by Bob Mitchell, whomever it was that made it, is because the way the statute reads, unless you expressly authorize use variances, they're prohibited. So if your bylaw is silent, then use variances are prohibited. Some communities still choose to go the route that Boxborough has gone and explicitly state that the ZBA cannot or shall not or will not grant use variances. I think if I recall, and I'd have to find it, when I reviewed the recodified version of the bylaw back in March, I think that this comment was in there, and I think that I actually offered an alternate perspective, which is, while I appreciate that the statute doesn't require you to explicitly state it, why leave it to chance that somebody's going to misinterpret something that is not stated? I prefer to see it stated explicitly. If there is an intention not to grant use variances, then tell the public you're not granting use variances.
I've seen it in other bylaws.
So have I.
So, okay, so I mean, I'd say leave it in, and they're saying, you don't have to leave it in because it's already governed by law, but that's not wholly true. I mean, it has a different meaning, right?
No, I think it's wholly true. You don't have to have it in here. It's really a stylistic choice, whether you want to state it expressly or rely upon the implicit application of state statute to your zoning bylaw.
If
Again,
you don't,
there's no right answer here. Just
Well,
different
that was-
communities choose to do it different ways.
if you don't have it in here though, then they will start granting use variances, though they're not allowed to. And then you will invite litigation. So that's why you put it in and you make it clear.
Well, it was put there for a reason. I mean, they're very specific words. I wouldn't mess with it. So how many more of these are there?
All right, so shall I be creating a live document now with these, what we agree upon changes here?
We're not changing, so right now you change nothing, but show us the rest and then we can decide.
Sorry, all right. Sorry. All right. Getting myself fuddled here.
Oh, I mean, geez, I'm befuddled. And it's 10 o'clock after 10.
Yeah, all right, so that was one. So you're saying we're not gonna change that. Somebody gotta remember that, okay. Here's another one. Where's the footnote reference? Oh, there it is. Okay, lapse.
So our current bylaw says 2 years.
Right.
But the state statute now has changed to 3. Is that correct?
Yeah, but it's a maximum. So you can have yours expire in 2 years.
Well, I mean, we could be more restrictive, but that's what our bylaw says.
That's what our bylaw says. We're more
So
restricted.
then we leave it alone.
We leave it alone, but the point Barrett Planning Group was making was that it said 2 years because once upon a time the statute said 2 years and now the statute's moved on.
Well,
and
we get to
have-
decide that as a town, whether we want to change that, but we're
Agreed.
not in the dark of night.
Agreed.
Okay.
And not after 10 o'clock at night either.
All right, I know there's a way to go hop to footnotes, but I can't remember how to do it right now, so just bear with me here.
Right.
Well, we got 2 of them here. Hold on, we got 2 for.
These are all our flags right here.
Okay, here we go.
Right.
So the footnote is after the architectural standards in town district. Oh, shall and should.
Town should, right.
Shall is, will, you have to do it, right? And should
Should
is
is right.
a recommendation.
That's right.
That's right.
But if you change should to shall, then you're mandating it when it isn't already.
That's right.
So masonry block buildings shall be faced?
Well, no, see, so highlight it, Cindy.
Well, there's a shall here.
Shall there, and there's a should down
Masonry
below.
block buildings, and there's a should in the middle
Right,
on the left-hand side.
right.
Shall.
And then there it is right there. Okay. And they changed the should to a shall. That's what they did. And we flagged that. We said, well, it didn't say that. It said should. So to me, that's, I mean, that's not a typo. That's a change in meaning, right?
It may be a typo, but it has a different meaning. So yeah, we can't change it because you're changing the meaning of the sentence.
Right. That's why we.
So we won't change it this round. We shouldn't change it this round.
Not if you want this thing. That's good. Yeah.
But we'll do those other changes another time because some of the
No,
stuff.
that was the original language.
We shall not change it. Yes.
The original this is exactly the original language.
Good.
All right, let's go to the next
Okay.
thing.
So ignore that. And then number 4 was on here also. Lapse again. Here. Sorry.
Right.
And we don't have to, so let's revisit that another day.
Right. And save all these notes, Cindy, because these are legitimate comebacks for a subsequent town meeting to make our bylaw match what the state law says if we want, or change shall to should, or should to shall. I can't remember now. Should to shall.
All right, I am not sure that they have any more footnotes in here. Those might have been the only ones.
Yeah, those were the.
But the index had a few questions, so if you guys have any patience left in you, we can jump to the index. Let me just clear it.
Jump to the index.
And let me just make sure there's no more footnotes.
And then it's nap time for Mark. So, meaning this Mark, not that, not Mark White.
We're both taking that, Mark.
Just checking that there's no more footnotes. Oh God, this is gonna take forever. I'm just looking for yellow highlights, but all right, we'll go to the index. All right, stay tuned. All right, I'm going back to the top, okay? Okay, so I'm just gonna look for things in the index where they asked us a question, all right?
Okay. Do you want me to read the index?
Sure.
Okay. So I'm pulling it up now.
Well, I have the index up, right? Are you not seeing that?
I'm not seeing it.
We're seeing
No.
page
That's a
one.
table of contents.
Oh, all right, sorry, I didn't stop and retake, sorry.
I'm seeing March 25th, 2022 on that.
All right, here you go, guys.
So 2.1.3 is the first
Looking
question.
at the Excel spreadsheet, is that where?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. So
I-
2.1.3. That's the first question to the board.
Right.
2.1.3.
Yep, it says BPG indicates board needs to respond to Adam Costa comment. Does the town wish to place such an affirmative obligation on the building inspector? It is consistent with General Law 48, Section 7, but the appeals court has ruled that the 14-day requirement in Section 7 is directory, not mandatory. Yeah, so they give us more time than that says in the law. And
14 days.
it says 14 days in the law, but they've realized that you can't expect some guy to figure everything out in 14 days. So they've said that it's directory, not mandatory. So we shouldn't tell somebody that the building inspector must respond in 14 days unless we really want to make him do that.
Well, the current language that I'm reading in the PDF says within 14 days. So
Yeah, we can't change that.
Yeah,
We can't change it if it's in the bylaw already and we don't want to do a substantive change. So we'll make a note and we'll think about that down the road.
all right, so now hold on, I got to go back to the actual.
So you, when I, in this column, proposed final change, I can take some notes here, so. So revisit later, is that our?
Well, we have a whole bunch of things that are substantive changes and that is one of them.
Yeah, boy.
Or future?
Yep. Yeah, remember we said we do this in two parts. We'll do one that is just same intent, same result.
Right.
And then
Okay.
another where you change the result. And this would be in the change the result category.
I'm gonna shrink this down a little bit. Yeah. All right,
And the next one is 2.5.10 lapse, but we've already dealt with it. So that's gone.
hold on a minute. I'm on this 2.2.1 powers of the ZBA. Did we talk about this yet?
Oh, did I skip that? 2. No, where's that? That's not a fair planning group question. Not
We
on
would
mine.
recommend following Adam's suggestions.
No, the questions are all in the next category.
Well, there's a little bit of,
Oh, God. We'll
Yeah.
get to this. How many of these are there?
not too many, but some.
That's not an answer.
She's refusing to scroll down.
Well, look where we are on this, on the document, okay.
Hey. I think this is messed up. I think we should pull this damn thing. Oh yeah. Now I see what you're refusing to scroll down to.
Which is what?
This whole-
So can I provide a bit of context here, because this may be relevant and may short circuit what you're doing. So it was never made known to me when I was asked back in February or March to review the recodified zoning bylaw. Again, my charge was review it for red flags. If something is not consistent with current law, if there's been a rewritten section on nonconformities and there are issues with it, flag those things for us. If there are omissions that are significant legally, flag those things for us. And in fact, in reviewing it, I also saw many of these comments that Barrett Planning Group had made along the way. So they, I think, had already highlighted, for example, that you were maintaining your 2-year lapse provision with respect to special permits, where the statute allowed for 3. And so I was never told that the objective was to present to town meeting a reformatted but not substantively changed bylaw. Quite honestly, had I been told that, I might have said it wasn't worth your money to pay me to review the bylaw if all that was being done is it was being reorganized. So many of my comments, really most of my comments, it's what you pay me for, were recommendations, legal recommendations about, well, do you want to rephrase this? Do you want to rephrase that? Do you want to omit this? Do you want to add this or that back in because it was here before and it's now been omitted? So the one you just read was a good example. And I'm looking at some of the others here in the list about, for example, reciting the statutory criteria for variances. Well, you currently recite that criteria. So if you're representing the town meeting that you're not making any meaningful or substantive changes to the bylaw, then you therefore want to continue to recite it. If you're looking to me to give you legal advice, if I were crafting the bylaw anew for you today, what would I do? I wouldn't recite the criteria. The criteria are governed by statute, and you can't change those criteria, so why recite them? If they amend the statute, it automatically puts your bylaw out of compliance with the law. The state has the final say on variances, so what most bylaws do is they simply incorporate the statute by reference. So I've made a variety of recommendations to that effect, but none of those recommendations are going to be things you want to do if you want to be able to make a representation at town meeting, at least at this stage, that you're just presenting a reorganized but not substantively changed bylaw.
Well, we were also trying to improve clarity. So taking out excessive language, wasn't necessarily a bad thing, as long as it didn't change intent. So I don't want to fault them for trying to streamline some of the language, or you, for that matter, for trying to help us streamline it. So again,
There's always
walking
a
that
risk.
line.
You put that language in the bylaw, then down the road, you have 2 things. 1, the statute changes, now you're out of compliance, or 2, you think that it's not in the statute and then you want to tinker with it. And then you put yourself out of compliance. That's happened. Or sometimes the statute says in it, like in 48 section 3, that you can modify it. And then you wind up with a field full of marijuana in your backyard, which has happened in one community in Massachusetts. So.
Well, there's a lot of things we could have done, okay? But the way I remember this is we went into this saying we were not going to make substantive changes to the bylaw. We're going to reorganize it. And that would be the springboard to the next step, which would be making meaningful changes to the bylaw. And Adam didn't get the memo. I bet you Adam didn't get our prior Adam, town planner, didn't get the memo either. Because if he didn't communicate it down the line, it probably didn't get communicated that well to Barrett Planning too. So how do you sell this to a town? I mean, you can't say that there's no substantive changes if there's even one in there that you know of.
But I think the point here, right, is that we have wow.
Yeah, I heard, there it goes.
Yeah, that was good.
So we have a bylaw and it's not perfect and it will never be perfect, but it can be made more perfect later on. So why don't we get it recodified and then clean it up next year? And bring these things forward as changes and tell people that there are consequences, but we think it's better changed. Why do we think it's better? Because
That's what we're supposed to be doing.
Right. So why don't we just plow through and just see if there's anything that is broken? And if there's nothing broken, let's put it forward.
Well, because, I mean, personally, I have no confidence that we didn't miss some trick here. I mean, and I'm not going to represent to the town that, oh yeah, I've been through this and there's no substantive changes. I mean, if you want to sell it that way, knock yourself out, but.
Well, no, I would sell it as we went through it. Our intention was no substantive changes. And we vetted it one last time at this meeting. And we're going through all of the Barrett planning questions, not looking at the yellow column, but the ones immediately to the right, which were the last questions that we had, and we put it forward. Or we never put it forward. And then we've just spent money because you'll never be 100% satisfied.
No. I mean, I thought that's kind of where we left it, but then we started seeing these things. I mean, it's like, well, let's keep going then. I mean, because otherwise we got nothing here. We worked on this for a year for nothing.
Exactly. So stick to the white column, right? So the next one, like I said, was 2.5.10. And there's the question. That was the question that Barrett had afterwards, right?
Yeah, so don't change this.
No.
Right. So we've already been through that one. So let's go to the next one.
Oh, certificate of use and occupancy.
Okay, this is non-conform. We've talked about that.
I don't understand that. So that's.
All right, can you show that section?
Sorry, 4.4.2 are you looking at?
Yeah.
You want me to bring it up or are you guys looking at it individually?
Well, so I mean, what's the question here?
The question is certificate of use and occupancy. Not sure we ever confirmed this is the right language.
Well, I don't see anything I don't see those words in here in 4.2.2. Oh, jeez. Oh, inspector of buildings may grant the building permit and a certificate of occupancy for an accessory apartment. So what's the question? The certificate of occupancy, is that the right words?
Well, that's the word they use in the building code. It's always good to try and consolidate.
So now let's go see, may grant the building permit.
Probably says something like an occupancy permit because also old zoning
Right.
laws use that language. Now, the problem is since there isn't, we don't have an occupancy permit and the building inspector uses the building code,
The problem
they
is.
want to use the language certificate of occupancy.
So this would be accessory apartment. See, the problem with this is it's a 3-step process to go back to the original code, find what it said, then reference the new document that we've just been looking at. Oh, crap. Period. Ah,
Well, I did that by that column D there. That was my comparison to the old to the new, right?
So I've just confirmed the language, okay? Because I'm the building inspector in the room. So the language is correct.
Okay, so this is, all right, so we're good with that?
Yep.
it doesn't say anything about it.
No, it says a building inspector may grant a building permit and a certificate of occupancy for an accessory apartment. That's the right language.
May grant a total of 5 permits each year for accessory apartments. Doesn't say, oh yeah, may grant the building permit and a certificate of use and occupancy. Ah, so that's what they flagged. So here, our old bylaw says, and a certificate of use and occupancy for an accessory apartment.
Yeah, that's fine. You can leave that language in there.
But is that what we actually grant, a certificate of use? Oh, yeah, that was the question. What do we actually grant? A certificate of occupancy, right?
Well, the building code says a certificate of occupancy.
Right.
And use is implied.
Well, we're trying to make the language right. So you say keep it in.
See, again, you see, if it means the same thing in the end, use of
does.
occupancy versus occupancy, then I can go forward saying no changes. Whew.
It does mean the same thing.
I would say it does. I agree.
There is no certificate of use in the building code. There is a certificate of occupancy, and on it, you have to tell what the building is going to be used for. So it's the same.
Oh, I see what this next one. So
the next one we already handled, right? We already went back.
Did that one.
Right, but you see
Town
there.
council advised us that the language should be retained.
Right, so
Well,
that was.
you under the bus there, Adam.
Yes, so.
Yeah.
All right.
Single
What
family.
section?
4.4.2.
442. Single family reserved for elderly occupancy in town center. Okay. Elderly occupancy.
Oh, I think we just.
Yep. So what's the question?
Oh, it's just we added they identified the planning board as the special permit authority, and they said, do you want to? So we put that in the front of every special permit, who the permitting authority is.
Yeah, planning board shall be
Right.
the special permit granting authority. So that's
Right.
what the old bylaw. Yeah.
But they're saying it's also in the table. Do you really want to keep the language? And I say, I think, yes, we should keep the language.
Brings clarity.
Right.
Okay. Get this through this document quicker. And
What's next?
way down, is that 817?
You just want to go down to the questions from BP?
Yes.
Okay. Look at that. This was in the wrong column, but. Oops, sorry.
What?
Sorry,
what's
what
this?
section? This is 8.1.7.
But there's no question, is there? Oh, question from Barrett. Okay, got it.
Where's this applying to? Requirements.
This is under the,
Special permits. Okay, so it's 7,007 design requirements, subsection 3. Applicant shall be encouraged to leave as much as possible of the lot in its natural state with no more than minor removal of the existing trees and ground vegetation. In no case shall less than 30% of the lot be left in its natural state. So why would that even be a question? That's what it says.
you know, I might have thrown that in there. Because we were talking about lot coverage.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am going to check out because if this were put to a vote, I was going to have to abstain because I did not participate in the background on this.
Oh,
I'm burnt.
just say
All
you're
right.
burnt, that's all.
All right, we'll see you later, Kathy.
So
Bye, Kathy.
hanging out with you guys, but
Okay, so this was my question, and I'll just remove it from this if y'all want. And this would also be my, this is probably my comment as well.
Yeah, it's future update.
Okay. All right.
That's it. Only one more. 9.2.
Oh, so this was all the terms.
Board had many comments on this section, but we were cautious in amending definitions because of the potential to create substantive changes in the meaning. If the board doesn't agree with this, let us know. That's exactly now they're parroting what we told them.
Okay, so then
Good.
you're saying they didn't change anything.
Well, what they did do though, they put some definitions in footnotes, and like parts of definitions now are in footnotes. So just so you know, definition, like a second half of a definition might be cut off and now put into a footnote. So
Yeah, but they did that because they wanted definitions to be pure and
Right.
have restrictions and actions be, located in the use section rather than the definition section. Janet.
right.
Hi.
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 Are you trying to vote on this tonight?
Yes.
Okay. So I spent hours on this document as a total newbie, putting myself in the position of, if this truly is just supposed to be better in terms of usability and clarity and format and structure, like, well, what I would call in my business tech edits, things all match up. We use the same term every time we say certificate of occupancy. That's what's used every time. That kind of internal consistency. But there's a lot about this that's not internally consistent. And it's small, but it's not. So if you're going to come back again, you could do another sweep through, I guess, for annual town meeting and capture some of these things. But I don't want somebody to read it like ghost references to sections that no longer exist, for example. So it might have a reference to something, section 9.2. Or I'm trying to remember now, it's 4.2.1H. There does not exist in this current structure. So it's like, that's kind of wrong because it doesn't exist. And so it's like all of that kind of tech edit that really Barrett Planning Group should have done. Like if they were giving you something that was a refresh, they should have done all of that. It didn't happen. And so now we're going to go forward again without that. No biggie, except there are some errors that I could inventory and provide to the planning board after this meeting. Obviously, can't provide it now, but I just wanted to mention it.
How many errors are there? I mean, because I tried to do that when I did my word for word comparison.
They're not errors. It's sort of like, well, I guess.
I mean, could you go through them and we could modify them?
No way.
Okay.
I mean,
okay.
At 11 o'clock at night, probably not the best.
All right, so it's not
listen,
changing.
even if it were 10 a.m. on a Tuesday with coffee, you still wouldn't want to go through it. I mean, it's a lot of little nitty things, like little,
That's what
right?
we paid Barrett to do.
Right.
I know, but it didn't happen. And it's not the end of the world. It's not the end of the world if you don't, consistently use a term, as long as you don't use an opposite meaning somewhere else, right? I don't know. Attorney Costa could tell me if that's true or not. Let's say, for example, if you say, this bylaw versus the zoning bylaw, which is kind of weird to have a circular reference to yourself as you're in a bylaw. Those are minor things, but we're trying to write this to be more clear, to make the language more simple, make it easier to follow. And I don't know that it hit the mark all the time on that, but like you said, you want to take small bites and progress over time.
Maybe
So
that's a way to look at it, right? Small bites. I guess the question is, Janet, because you've read it now, okay, and I really like hearing what you have to say because you're looking at it from a different perspective.
well, I don't know. I don't have history that says this is 9203 and this is 9100. I don't know any of that.
No, that's good though. That in a way, that's the thing is what you bring to that is that look from a different viewpoint, which is part of what we were asking Barrett Planning Group to do. We didn't get it, but maybe what we have to say is, look, take the good part out of this. There's got to be something good in here, right? And then it builds on what's going to happen next. We're just going to have pay somebody else to come back in and take another pass, but maybe we got most of it. That's what I want to believe.
Well,
So I guess this is what my question would be to the planning board, which is when you present this at special town meeting, what is the benefit of this change at this time? Is your answer because it sets us up for future, it gets all of our things organized so that it'll be easier to communicate substantive changes next time we make them? That could be one value. But
Well,
I guess I was
I would
looking for a secondary value which said it's easier to follow. And
Well,
maybe
here's the thing. Here's what you got to understand, okay? What are the benefits? The benefits are the numbering is better. The benefits are the sections have been gone through and they are now leading to less broken links and they make a little bit more sense than they used to. Does that mean that this bylaw is perfect? It does not mean that. Did we hire somebody to be perfect and make a perfect bylaw on our behalf with no substantive changes? That's an impossibility. Did we make it, less fraught with pitfalls? Yes, but are they all the pitfalls gone? No. We have to make substantive changes to even entertain that. Did we get all of the nits? Are all of the terms the same term for the same thing? No, but most are. Did we make it easier to find special permits? Yes. Okay. If you're hunting for perfection, you won't find it. Lots of towns have recodified their bylaws only to have the Attorney General's office put a permanent moratorium on the change after they went through all their effort to recodify their bylaw. Oak Bluffs had that happen. They redid the entire bylaw. Attorney General's office threw their hands up and said, "We'll never approve this. You guys have to do this again." And they had to go through it all and restart from scratch. I just went through one in another town where I work. And we went through it for a full year. And then we spent the following year continuing to go through it after we got the first version approved. It's just the nature of the beast. But over the course of the 50 or 60 years that this bylaws existed, there's been a lot of junk put in. And one thing will not agree with another. And the only way to make it all work is to change one. That's why I was trying to change the definition of lot coverage to equal the intensity table's definition so that we would have two of the same, right? And that got voted down by many boards. I have no idea why. But go ahead, Janet.
no, I'm just trying to be helpful and prompt. All the things you just said is what I would want to hear as someone at special town meeting about that describes sort of the limit of the scope of what this is and the benefits at this stage. That's all I was trying to get out of it. And then, like I said, like you said, it's not going to be perfect and we'll come at it again. So I will save my little edits. It'd be nice if I had a Word version of this instead of a PDF.
You should have a Word version of it,
I've been working with a PDF.
Can't you just save as Word?
I have the Word version, and I'm sure Tracy has a Word version, but I could send it to you, and I mean, if it really
because we got Adam sitting here. Adam, you got any advice for us on this? I mean, what's your view of all of this?
So, I will say this. Boxborough is not alone. I've seen a trend in recent years toward accomplishing these recodifications in multiple steps. And I understand the rationale for doing it. because you've got to sell these changes to town meeting. But it used to be that when a bylaw was recodified, I mean, recodified is a different word than rewritten or redrafted. It's not a redrafting of the bylaw. Nobody wants to wipe the slate clean and start afresh. But generally, a recodification was comprised of three things. It was the reorganization of the bylaw structurally, better headings and subheadings, better numbering, things of that sort, better internal organization of sections and subsections. It was substantive changes that altered things that were now out of compliance with current law because your bylaw was 20 or 30 years old and the law has changed. And then the third category were substantive changes, things that you as a community had flagged over the course of the past 10 or 15 or 20 years that hadn't been addressed and needed to be addressed. Well, again, the trend has been, wow, that's an awful lot to accomplish at once. And how do we sell that to town meeting? Town meeting is going to be uncertain about a restructuring of the whole bylaw if they also think that buried within the restructured bylaw are substantive changes, whether the source of those substantive changes are changes in the law or things that we, the planning board, we, the zoning board, we, the town administration, think need to be different. And so I've seen this done. I've got a bylaw recodification underway. In fact, Barrett Planning Group has done the recodification in conjunction with Bob Mitchell in the town of Tingsboro. And we are going to special town meeting in 2 weeks with a recodified bylaw that has zero, or so it's been represented, minimal substantive changes. There is a second version of the bylaw that we will be presenting in multiple warrant articles at the annual town meeting. And that second version, or the multiple warrant articles, are meant to accomplish those substantive changes. The rewriting of the nonconformity section, for example, the rewriting of the signage section, which needs a lot of work in the town of Tingsboro, and so on and so forth. Some of those, the result of changes in the law, nonconformities being an example. Some of those, just the fact that the town bylaw is a mess and doesn't really reflect what the town wants to accomplish with respect to, let's say, signage. So you're not alone in what you're attempting to do here, but you do need to be sure that whatever you're representing to town meeting is accurate. And I agree with all the things that have been said. You're never going to have a perfect submittal for town meeting that you're comfortable with, that has complete internal consistency with respect to terminology and alignment between subject and verb and pronouns. And you're likely not going to have that. But the idea is you have something that has some minimal improvements in terms of structure that can be used as a framework for future substantive changes, if that's eventually where you want to go. And I think that's where something got lost in translation. I don't recall having ever said to Barrett Planning Group, no, you got to keep the readjusted version of the nonconformities bylaw. What I probably did say to Judy, because we had a couple of conversations about this, is the new version is clearer. The new version is better if I were starting from scratch. I don't like the way your nonconformity bylaw currently reads. It's not very well organized, and I think it's a bit confusing. And in some respects, it's not restrictive enough, and in other respects, maybe it's too restrictive. So I might have some substantive recommendations for you as a community of things that you can do, but those are going to be substantive changes. And the public needs to know, the voters at town meeting need to know that's what you're doing when you're doing it. Because if you're selling it as a recodification that has no substantive changes, and that's buried in there, substantive changes have a substantive effect on how the bylaw functions as a working document.
Well, we're not alone. I guess we figure that out. What are we gonna do?
I think we should vote. Either vote to put this forward as our report that we voted for this, or that we should vote to sit on it until regular town meeting, one or the other. And then if we decide to sit on it, then we should go through even more nits and try and get it perfect, but we will never get it perfect.
No, I'm not worried about getting it perfect. I'm just worried about being able to deliver on the promise of no substantive changes if that's what we're offering. Perfect.
There's going to be gotcha moments at town meeting, right? Somebody's going to go through and they're going to find a word and they're going to get freaked out. And you know, it's easy to knock over the sandcastle. You know, it's easy.
Well, again, we were trying to, you know, get to a more workable structure. That was, you know, a worthy goal. I still support that goal. And I don't have any problem walking in there and saying, well, we didn't make any intentional substantive changes, but we, you know, it's difficult to say with 100% certainty that there aren't any. We tried to find them. We weeded them out as best we could. And let's go with this. And it won't be perfect. And if we made a mistake, we'll fix it in good faith. If we find that something got changed, we will either put it back or put it to a vote. I guess that's probably what I would say.
Was our warrant article mention Scrivener's errors, Mark B?
Does our warrant article reference Scrivener's errors?
Yeah, just so we're covered in terms of, you know, to Mark's point, we put forth the best effort. We don't believe there's any substantive changes, but it's possible that a word.
Scrivener's errors are not substantive change.
Right. So, but they might appear to be have resulted in a substantive change, but that wasn't the intent. So I'm just trying to cover ourselves so we can say.
I think you just say, if you found something and you didn't come to us and bring it up. I mean, God bless Michael Toops for actually showing up, right? And he brought something to our attention, and now we've checked it. Now we've talked to the lawyer. Now we found out why Barrett swapped it back, right? So, you know, I feel pretty confident that was my last question, and it was answered. And then we went through and picked. What's that?
That is the process, you know. I mean, it's a process, having open meetings and having all your documents on, you know, available to people, lets everybody, you know, take a look while we're doing this. I mean, so if they, but again, many an article has failed at town meeting by people who never read a damn thing until they walked into the room.
Oh, yeah.
So, well, I'd say let's go for it. Let's vote for it. Let's go for it. If we find any other mistakes between now and when we go to town meeting, we fix them. And if it passes, it passes. And if we have to fix something, we fix it.
Let's be clear. There were mistakes in the bylaw before we touched it.
That's right.
Right. Yeah.
So, I mean, you don't have to be like, oh, we made a mistake. Well, yeah, along with all the others in there.
We're trying to weed it out. So
We were also running out of numbers. I mean, the solar bylaw, I couldn't come up with a numbering system on that because there was nothing to go to. So.
Right.
Would it make sense if Janet has already marked up a document painstakingly to try to review that or incorporate any of that before town meeting?
Well, I heard members of the FinCom, here's an example, and I'm not trying to pick on them because I do often pick on them, and I'm not trying to do that now. They have said they expressed concerns that we might change the bylaw this meeting, and that they were like, oh, we have to hold another vote. And, you know, to me, I would just say, unless there's something radioactive in here, let's put this one forward and let's take Janet's stuff and let's look it over and let's put that forward in regular town meeting or in fall town meeting that might come up, or, you know, and let's just stay with this, because the more we change it now, the last minute changes, that breeds the superstitious minds of certain people in town, and they're going to freak out, and then they're going to call their friends and breed more superstitious baloney, and then it'll get killed.
Anyway, so I mean, let's just move ahead with it. We've done all the work. We've worked hard on this. I say let's move forward with it. I'm satisfied that the pre-existing non-conforming stuff is back the way that it was, which is, you know, the only thing I can really wrap my head around. And then let's bring it forward and see where it goes.
I'm confident it's better than it was before.
Yeah.
And that's all I can say.
As I said earlier, having gone through with a pretty fine-tooth comb, I am pretty confident that there's no substantive changes that we haven't already discussed. And I feel pretty good about the document as it is. But the one that we're going to post still has those footnotes in it that were questions for us. So my question to you guys is, can we at least remove those
Let's
footnotes?
strike the footnotes, yes.
Okay.
Because they would not make sense in the new bylaw.
So Tracy was nodding. So Tracy, you can take that as a to-do on your end, just to strike the question footnotes. Okay.
It'd be pretty quick and easy.
I mean, save that version so we have them for the next go around, but that's.
All right, so let's hold a vote. What do you say? Somebody make the motion to approve the recodification as amended.
So move.
Seconded.
Okay, is there any discussion? Hearing none. Mark White,
Wait, aye.
Rebecca Werner,
Werner, I.
Cindy Markowitz,
Markowitz, aye.
and Mark Barbadoro, aye. And Janet, the unofficial vote?
You need an unofficial aye, unofficially aye.
All right, unofficially aye from Janet. Awesome. Okay, excellent. I'm ready to go to bed. I don't think there's anything that we must do left on our list.
I'd make a motion to adjourn.
I can second that.
Awesome. Okay, any
Can we just
discussion?
remember to include this meeting minutes from October 3rd in our next,
Okay,
yeah, Tracy, he's nodding her head. Awesome.
awesome. All right. So it was motion to adjourn by Mark, seconded by Janet. Any discussion?
Yeah, I just want to thank Adam for coming in and bringing
Thank you, Adam.
clarity to things. We're really not used to getting clarity in zoning matters, so I really do appreciate that.
Glad to help.
Thank you. All right, Mark White,
Wait, aye.
Rebecca Werner,
Werner, I.
Cindy Markowitz,
Markowitz, aye.
and Mark Barbadoro, aye. Thanks all for being here. Thanks, Tracy. You got one more meeting with us or two more?
Yeah, one more.
One more, you're gonna miss us. Come on now.
Count the days.
All right, I'll see you guys later.
Good night.
Good night.